Just for now.
Oh, shit.
Just as one game.
I'm trying to
All
set
right.
the mood for the abyss, so
Yeah, this is the abyss. I gotta be a little toxic. That's the only way to. It's the only way to play. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let me just get that music rolling, and we're gonna get to it.
rolling, rolling. Oh,
Would you mind giving an extended uh,
Yeah,
recap
I will.
because I'm a
Okay,
little foggy.
that's okay. No problem at all.
who are you people?
Okay, here we go, guys. So, welcome back, not to the Feywild, but to the Abyss. You are on a mission for your patron Zabilna. You are all attempting to decipher Season's Fall, the prophecy that was given to you all by the Witch of Fates. Within this prophecy lies the power to reshape and command the Feywild at your will. In what shape that power will take, you are not certain, but Zabilna suspects the first part might come in the shape of a sword. Might not, but hopefully. You have all tracked down Isolde, an old enemy of Zabilna's who lost, shall we say, to the Archfey's whims. You helped Isolde track down her old nemesis, the Caller, an agent of Zabilna herself, who has tormented Isolde. And upon its defeat, it retreated back to its home plane of the Abyss, to Azagrat, the triple layer that is inhabited by the demon lord Grizzt, this demon lord of indulgence who has haunted the halls of the Palace of Heart's Desire and has been sort of confusing your patron Zabilna about her identity. Is Igwolf going to take over, or is Zabilna going to remain supreme? But you have all found yourselves here in Azagrat. You are seeking out Isolde, perhaps to help her complete her vengeance, or to take her sword, whichever. And as you're making your way around, you have run into a guide, or two guides, to help you out. These two fiendish warlocks by the name of Nix and Vril, who are happy to help show you around Azagrat and are hoping to help show you to find Isolde where she plane shifted to within Triple Realm here. They seem to think that she is in a place called Fog Town, based on a scry done by Trixie. So here you are. You stand within the city of Zelatar, a city that spans 3 layers of the Abyss, and is very difficult to navigate if you're not a local. And so, you have some local guides to help you find Isolde, and maybe solve prophecy. The prophecy being the section referring to autumn that goes as thus. Autumn, in its falling majesty, seeks atonement for past travesty, riddling to its careless, or excuse me, riddling to its careless fancy, deepening its corrupt fantasy. Somewhere within this riddle lies the answer to the first of the 4 portions of this prophecy. So, find yourselves now walking the streets of Azagrat, this dark place that is inhabited by many, many folk. You see people from across all the many planes, no angels or anything too altruistic, shall we say, roam these streets, but nonetheless, you see tieflings, people bartering from other realms, shadowy dark creatures, no small amount of demons wandering here and there. It is a dangerous, dangerous place to be, without a doubt, where trade relies upon not only gold, but by the main currency of demons, lives. Not just souls, but the actual savagery to take place that makes these demons grow in power. So, here we are. You find yourself wandering these streets. Before we fully proceed, is there any questions or anything you'd like to do as you wander these streets of Azagrat? Or, excuse me, the streets of Zelatar. That's what the city's name is, Zelatar. Azagrat is the section, the layers themselves.
Jace, you know this place better than anyone, do you not?
Somewhat.
Lead
It's
on.
hard to know this place. I'm sorry, I think I spoke over you. What did you say?
Oh no, that's fine. I just said lead on.
Ah, very well. I mean, we also have our guides, so.
I assumed we were gonna let the guides lead, yeah.
Yes, you wish to find this this elf? Strange creature to have here that you're seeking. Might I ask, what is it that you are doing here, out of curiosity?
Finding the elf.
For what purpose?
I think that's our business.
It is. Just curious if we should share while we walk, is all. Nothing else to do.
She needs to be brought back to where she belongs.
Ah. He sort of like looks you all up and down in turn, all of you very unapologetically Fey, I would say at this point. Because you'll forgive me for saying so, but from what you described of this woman, she doesn't seem to very well fit your group. There's something. You all seem to be so. What's the word, brother? Whimsical? It was whimsical, yes. You all seem to have a sort of whimsy of you. She seems a little more. I don't know. Intense.
Our whimsy is waning.
Rock goes, doesn't matter anyway.
How do you know what she's like?
It's just from what you described from your video, just cutting things down in the streets and such. I mean, we've never seen her.
We may look whimsical, and oft times we are, but we can be vicious. And you may
Oh, of that we have no
search
doubt. You are. Indeed, you are armed to the teeth. To the teeth. Some of you quite literally. Looks at Brock.
Shall we proceed, or is there a reason that we're standing?
Well, we're walking. I don't know
We're
why you're
walking and
standing.
talking, I think.
Yeah.
We're walking.
How much longer till we get to the part of town?
Well, considering Zelatar spans 3 layers of the abyss, it's a bit of a walk. But don't worry, you're with us. Unless you've incurred the wrath of the master of this city, then there shouldn't be any issues.
Not today.
Not today. You're making a joke.
Not really, no.
Side glances, Jace.
Yeah, the two tieflings sort of side-eye each other severely with some level of severity. Continue walking.
And as they continue guiding, I'll kind of lean back and whisper to Tamlin, "Don't worry, I won't let them lead us astray."
Very well.
You hear Angus go, "Mmm."
Does
Flap,
he,
flap.
does he speak, or does he understand speech, or?
He understands speech. He doesn't speak. Celestia.
Ah. Now that is a realm I would not mind revisiting.
You guys walk for a time, a little while longer, until you find yourselves moving through the back streets of this city of Zelatar. No matter where you walk, no matter how tall the buildings are in the back streets, you can't seem to get away from the massive, many-spired towers of the Palace of Azugrat. It seems to, no matter how far you go, peek over every house. It is inescapable almost, as if it was watching you at all times. You make your way from here and there until before you have really noticed that it has happened, you see that the city is changing around you. You find yourself in, indeed, still the same city, but a place a little poorer looking, excuse me. A place where the poorest labor and toil just out of just outside the sort of scythe-topped walls of the moody neighborhoods that you had inhabited before. You look back to see those walls behind you, and you find yourselves in sort of what would be considered the poor district, the lower district of the city. It is covered in a strange, featureless fungi of sort of gray here and there, not entirely enveloping the places, but in the cracks in the street, hanging from the windowsills of some of the featureless, abandoned buildings. You see lots of sort of slave gulags and rickety insane asylums as you go. You see this place is somewhat scarce of coin, but not so scarce of violence as it seems to lurk in the dark heart of every shadow of every back alley you cross. Some poor slave being beaten for what little they may possess. Some smaller, lesser demon being eaten by a greater one. You see a quasit, sort of the same creature that Ygric is, sort of grabbed by the hand of some larger demon, and its head bit off like an afternoon snack by a larger demon. It's difficult to remember as you go, but nonetheless you walk the streets of now Fogtown, and again it's very much almost like, as far as the mood inhabitants, it's very much like sort of that Dust Bowl country sort of bang 'em shoot 'em up movie where people kind of like close their windows or scurry into their homes or only kind of peek at you from back alleys. But nonetheless, stone cracked streets, the gentle mist that seems to hang around every corner, the sort of fungal heart, it almost gives you a sort of dystopian feel as you walk the streets of Fogtown. But you have made it here. Your guides look to you and say, well, this Fogtown, it's a big place, Fogtown. Let's see. I will say that we have crossed into the same burrow that your friend was in that you described. So, somewhere around here, still a big place. Well, let's get looking. And they'll begin to sort of start wandering here and there, looking.
Could I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if I get that. Where I get this spell. 1 second. Oh, I think it's my. I know I'm able to detect a person.
Yeah, so I have a mechanical question.
Yes.
I can, according to the writing, since
Mhm.
any know the location of any celestial fiend or undead. Does that mean a particular celestial fiend or undead?
No, just the presence of one.
Just whether or not there's one around. Yeah. So it's not going to
within
be
the
me.
range, of course. Yeah, and 60 feet, you have to be pretty close. Not very much a cityscape sort of hunting thing. But you are a paladin of vengeance. I think you have some tools in your kit for finding your targets, I believe. And as you guys are looking at that, I'll continue to add flavor as you come here and there and you see people sort of wander by slaves. You'll find something very interesting, sort of phenomenon happening. You kind of like look around, and as you wander past people, you find mere seconds later you struggle to recall the face of who you had just saw. Even your guides, so much. They sort of like tilt their head back and talk to each other, continue walking, and you find like 10 seconds later, you can hardly remember what they look like, though you just saw their face, and you find yourself curious to peek and remember what they look like.
Did this only start happening when we were in, like, the fog?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Remember the faces of old friends and such, but it's just, you all find yourselves having a very difficult time recalling what faces, the appearance of even your friends around you.
I would like to, with my primal awareness feature, cast locate creature.
All right. You cast locate creature. You are looking for an Eladrin, I assume.
An Eladrin named Isolde.
What is the range?
1,000 feet.
You feel the presence of a sword. You lucky guy. Yeah, you sense
A direction to the
yep.
creature's location.
You don't know the distance, but you do know the direction to go.
Okay. If the creature is moving, I know the direction of its movement.
Also, I had forgotten to do it last game, but I'm not going to forget this game. Welcome to the Abyss. Everybody roll Wisdom saving throw. Or Charisma saving throw, actually. This is a Charisma saving throw.
Charisma.
As you all slept here in the Abyss, you feel its corruption creeping upon you.
21.
31.
27.
Yeah, I'm not too worried.
High charisma party.
Yeah.
15.
I was waiting for that one. Yep.
I would say everyone except for Trixie doesn't really feel anything at all. But Trixie, your dreams are sort of... It's almost like something at the edge of your vision. Like, almost like you're being haunted or there's something behind you. Just... Something doesn't feel quite right inside you, but... That's it. You just feel like... Almost like something's coming. It's almost like that feeling... It's almost like that feeling... when you know you're getting sick. You know what I mean? Like where you're like, maybe you feel like a little itchy or a little warm or like something's not quite right and you're like, I might be getting sick. It's just like that. Okay. Nothing has actively happened to you, but it's just this feeling like something could happen, you know? This place is sort of getting under your skin, if you will.
Another thing to note for the locate creature spell. If the creature I described or named is in a different form, such as being under the effects of a polymorph spell, the spell doesn't locate the creature, and the spell can't locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks a direct path between me and the creature.
Oh, very interesting details.
Yeah. Interesting, yeah.
Very interesting.
But it makes perfect sense. That's cool.
It does, right? Like
it does make sense. I don't know.
I don't think there's water. But I mean, she might be polymorph.
How much water? Like a small river, right?
Well, it says
a
10 feet wide, at least 10 foot wide. Yeah, running water that is 10 foot wide.
Yeah, that's not insignificant.
That's not insignificant.
I mean, I imagine that could be like a trickle on the ground, right? That's spans 10 feet. I mean, something would have to be leaking pretty bad.
I don't imagine like rainfall like moving through cobblestone like on an English I don't imagine. I imagine it's like something you gotta immerse yourself in, right?
Yeah, it's like when a bloodhound is after you, you jump in the river real quick to throw off your scent, sort of deal.
Yeah, like an actual significant body of like you're at least ankle deep, I would imagine, you know? Well, let me take a look. I don't think so.
It only says running water, so I'm not sure if that would apply to like another liquid, like blood, for example.
Let me take a look. All sounds are muted. Seems remarkable. Details by guns. No. And as you look around, like. You don't know what the environment is like outside of the city, but as far as you can tell, it's almost sort of like a dusty, steepy sort of biome.
Okay. Yeah, and
sort of long, unremarkable, sort of dusty. So there's not a lot of water. It's not like there's not like big streams of water. So no.
Perfect.
I will roll to see if she isn't if she's picked up on the fact that it might be better to not be in a lab room right now. Nope. Yeah, you sense her.
Okay.
You know which way she's going.
Yeah, I think he just like kind of looks into like a random direction, kind of like off to where we're actually walking, and he just stares in that direction.
You feel the wind on your cheek. Nature sort of even here in the Abyss, nature does exist, and you feel it sort of coming to your command and just sort of brushing your cheek as if to say, like, look that way, and you know which way she is.
And then I'll like standing there for like probably starting to get a little uncomfortably long as the party like looks. He'll say, "He's that way."
Jace,
I
what
know
do your
it.
Gith eyes see?
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. No, but um, the nose don't work, but the eyes surely do. And yeah, he'll start making his way in that direction towards her. Is she moving currently?
Yep. She's moving. Not fast.
Towards us, away.
I don't think you get to know that information.
I do know the direction
see...
she's moving.
Oh, you do you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. She's moving in the direction of the palace.
Got it. Okay.
But that's pretty open ended because the palace is big and it's also very deep.
The palace is everywhere.
Yeah, you probably have to go like 2 blocks over, then go up a block, then take
It's
the
like
metro.
It's like the starting. I mean, the city looks very different, but it's similar to, I think, like the starting city of like Final Fantasy VII, where there's like the big citadel in the middle of the city. It's like that, except the citadel isn't like one tower. It's like 47, something like that. 47 massive skyscraping pillars.
Jesus.
Okay.
Demon Lord of Excess.
By the way, just so everybody doesn't forget, within 10 feet, you are immune to being frightened and plus $5 saving throws.
Holy shit.
Yeah, paladins, man. Fuck.
So we're gonna tie a 5-foot rope to every party member around you.
Did someone say grouping up? Fireball.
Oh shit.
The
trick to defeating a paladin is just put out so much damage that it doesn't matter if you save. That's the trick.
Right.
Yeah, for real.
That's fine. Half of a million is still $500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is honestly what I figured out I had to start doing in my other game. The guy was like a vengeance paladin. I was like, I guess I'll just throw 5 fireballs at you in one turn. I guess that's the only way I can beat you.
Kill it. So yeah, Jace will start kind of walking in the direction however he can towards his target,
Jace,
bringing along everyone. Yes.
do you remember the name of... She's here to deliver a message, yes? The person that she's delivering the message to, she said her name. Do you remember her name?
I was right there when it happened.
Right. Corbin doesn't remember the name.
You're talking about the caller?
Caller. That's it.
Yeah, the caller.
The demon type? Yeah.
Yeah.
The sexy lady?
Do you think our guides...
You mean the pretty lady that we killed?
Do you think our guides would know where that person is? If we lose... This is happening telepathically, by...
Oh, okay. Got it.
No, this is telepathically. I'm not announcing this. If we lose Isolde, we could find the other. Or maybe our guides would know where to find the other.
Ryan, feel free to chime in if I add, too much. But I think when you try to telepathically talk to Jace, being a Githyanki, I think you wouldn't get the normal response that you normally get when you telepathically talk to someone.
Can I just not...
If that's normal. It does connect, but it has like almost like you're not just connecting to one mind. You're connecting to many minds.
Lord.
Similarly connected.
Is that something I should roll for?
If I was to throw a flavor on it, I don't know if I would say like unless you're like, oh, you got a little
I don't know.
passenger on board. But I think what would make sense is that where when you connect with other people, it's sort of like it's almost like doled out, like sort of like it's almost like emotion shaping message. I imagine what you connect with Jace is very crisp. It's very sort of like exact and precise. It's sort of like the difference between like reading the writing of some like a 4-year-old who hasn't done this a lot, and like the fine calligraphy of someone who is very skilled in sort of the mental aspect. I think if I was to throw a flavor on it,
I like
that's what
that.
I would. Yeah,
I like that.
but yes, you can roll me either a nature or arcana check. Let's do that.
Me or her?
I mean both if you want to understand yourself, but I think you know what's going on with you.
I think so.
Okay. They're the same.
Okay.
17.
17. You you're aware of the race of Gith, and it is a sort of astral race, and creatures from the astral plane, as you know, as you've connected to different types of dreamers over your time, they are very adept with sort of psionic power, which is involved with intelligence. The Gith race has a lot of psionic potential, and that's probably what you're gathering here is that Jace's mind is sort of adept and shaped and ready for sort of telepathic, telekinetic bonds and connections. So his mind is more built for this kind of conversation than, say, an elf or a human or a dwarf.
It's like talking on a 1980s walkie-talkie or a ham radio versus finally getting an iPhone 15 and then FaceTiming someone.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I guess so. The hardware is more built for this. The software is more built for this kind of communication.
I reckon. But to answer your question, sorry about that little tangent. But
cool flavor.
Yes. I do recall it was the cola.
Something to consider.
We can ask. Nyx and
I'm
sorry. Vril, sorry. Your face, it seems to be evading me.
Welcome to Fogtown. But yes, what is it that we can do for you?
Would you happen to know of a particular demonic entity who refers to themselves as the Cola?
They speak at the same time, and Bril's like, no. And Nyx is like, yes. They kind of like look at each other. And Nyx is like, yes, I've heard some of the Caller's exploits. Very skilled manipulator. Very, very skilled. They say that she's toppled empires.
That would fit the bill considerably.
Can you tell us some of the stories about her while we walk?
Certainly. I don't know much. I mean, I'm not an enthusiast. I know that she is considered to be one of the more adept succubus. Not so simple as other succubus who simply gain power by laying with mortals and draining them of their life essence. Has ambitions beyond this. The caller has associations with many powerful beings and is said to have managed to coerce and speak her way into high courts only to command them as she sees fit and eventually topple them down to size. It's also worth mentioning she's particularly sadistic. They say that she has a place in the court of Grizzt himself.
Oh.
But this is of course all rumor of her exploits, but one of the more skilled connoisseurs of powerful mortals.
And perhaps you can also answer this question. Say a demonic being were to die in the material, let's say.
Yes.
Where would their soul be recorporealized?
Well, I imagine on their home plane. See, here's the thing that mortals don't understand. You kill a quasit, right? And he sort of like looks around, and you see one of these like little insectoid quasit like creatures sort of and like kind of like on the wall, and he points his hand and goes Marush, and then the eldritch blast fires out and disintegrates the quasit across the wall, like stomping a bug, and says, "See, it's dead. It's dead now, and it's dead forever." But when you become more powerful, a demon, more powerful, a fiend, unlike us, we mortals, we're sort of, there's tricks to the trade and such, lichdom and whatnot. But as a demon, there are ways to get around death. You see, you ever heard of a demon amulet?
I can't say I have.
This is how you evade death. When you are a fiend and you don't want to die, you make an amulet, a demon's amulet. And what this does is this binds some of your essence into it, so if you die somewhere, you can rematerialize from the essence you have left in the amulet. Sort of like that Harry Potter movie, theater production that was going around for a while.
I particularly like that one.
Yes, indeed. It looks very similar to that. So, if most of any demon of any prominence has built themselves an amulet to protect themselves, I would say the caller most certainly probably has one, probably kept it somewhere very safe, probably with their lord, or a secret hiding space.
Would it be safe to assume that the tower would house this amulet?
It's placing your amulet in the care of a even more powerful diabolical being is a very wise place to secure your amulets. I mean, nobody who goes into a palace survives. An invitation from Grizzt is about as good as death. So, great place to hide your most delicate materials.
Well, I have found our quarry, and I can find our way to her. And you are welcome to come along if you wish.
Certainly, you have hired us to guide you, and that we will do.
Thank you. Perhaps you can not necessarily nullify the ravaging of the demons on our party.
Make no mistake, who we serve surely will create a buffer for you.
Thank you for your continued service.
They continue to, he sort of like does a little bit of like a sort of a bit of a theatrical bow, and then the two of them continue to walk.
Right.
And as you sort of continue to approach, you will feel sort of the essence of Isolde sort of, she did stop for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, stop moving, and then continued walking, and is sort of like faded a little bit. Not like teleported or anything, but it feels very much like sort of like walking into somewhere else.
Okay.
Perhaps moving into a different section of the city.
Got it. All right.
But
Can't
you guys
waste
come
any
into a
time.
sort of main street where you see like a number of demons and like dark shadowy corners, but you know she walked down the street. You're like on her trail.
Nice. I'm like kind of nodding to everybody and looking in a direction to kind of give the whereabouts. Yeah, not expressively saying anything is not to alert any of the other demons of what we're looking for, but yeah, just kind of giving nudges and nods.
Got it. You'll see Vril will go over to one of the demons. what kind of? Let's see here. What kind of demon? You see, like in the shadowy corners, you see this almost like demonic face. 2 horns, sort of like yellow eyes, teeth, just sort of like in the shadow. No body you can see, but almost in a sort of Cheshire Cat kind of way, just like in the shadows, just sort of like watching. Vril walks up and starts speaking in the abyssal tongue to this creature. And they begin to sort of converse. Vril will return and say, "Oh, your friend did come this way." He's sort of like, his eyes are kind of like moving around. He looks to his brother. He whispers lowly in this abyssal language to his brother. And they kind of look at each other. Vril will go, "Oh no. Well, I have good news and bad news for all of you. The bad news is that I think our service with you has just come to an end. We do not want to be anywhere near you because it seems your friend Isolde has been invited to the Argent Palace, and that is not the kind of attention we want. So it's been a pleasure helping you out. I'll tell you what, if you wish to continue on into the what's it called? If you want to continue on into Galgahas, that's the direction we're going, but after that, we're done. We don't want that kind of attention. Thank you."
Is it ever a good thing to get invited in? Like, he's got to have friends that visit or people he wants to come.
He was just saying that it was all but a death sentence.
But, like, the caller would have gone in there and she would have come out, right? Like, so there's some individuals that go in that isn't a death sentence.
I imagine you are quite correct. But if there was a person who has received an invitation to come out alive, we certainly have never heard of it. So, we're going that way. If you want to get into the next ward, we'll happily guide you, but after that, we're sorry. We don't want that kind of attention.
Are we to expect company on the way there?
I don't imagine so, but if you are hunting someone who has been invited to the palace, then surely you are all going to gather the similar attention, and we don't want that kind of attention. That's all.
Sure.
We do not want to be invited to the palace.
Well, surely. I will.
They start walking down the street. Just like, okay. And they start walking that way, and it's very much like you can follow if you want to get back to where you were, but we're going. We're done.
Are they going like towards
Yeah. In the direction
so
that she
okay,
walked
so there's
before
like
she
a
disappeared.
district. There's a district in between where we are and the tower, and they're going to that district.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if the tower is in the middle of the rich district, and you guys were in the middle district, and now you're in the lower district, they're going back to the middle district.
Okay.
Towards the palace.
So we would have to go through that anyways if we were going to go to the tower. So we might as well follow them.
Yep.
Get out of the fog and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. You guys begin to walk in the direction towards the 66 ivory towers that score the center of the city, and quickly find yourselves leaving Fogtown and the sort of mental mist of that behind, recognizing faces and appearances once more a little bit better. And as you find your way into the place known as Galgahast, you find yourself once more backed into the packed neighboring streets and demonic villas and market trade stalls of where you were once before. And the brothers very much go, "You're going that way? Okay, we're going to go this way." They very much find out which way you're going, and they walk in the opposite direction, and they bid you adieu. Brother, we have business.
I'll kind of nod to them, and then I'll look back at the party and be like, that direction.
All right.
And yeah, I'll keep on leading the party closer to our...
Walk up to the place?
Well, I imagine we can get closer to Isolde, and then...
Did we already talk to Zybilna today? Or can we message her? Because she's probably
you guys
outside,
already...
right? We already did.
Oh no, I think it was yesterday.
Was that the day before? I can't.
It was the day before. You guys woke up, got the guide, and left. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure. Brock goes, I mean, like, it doesn't matter much, but here, and he gives you this. He gives you the sending stone.
We could ask her if she can get us in. Maybe. She's in there too.
If I recall, she doesn't quite know we're here.
As we're
I can't remember
proceeding,
what we said to her last time.
It cut off as he was talking.
Yeah.
As we're proceeding, can I give an inspiring leader speech?
Yeah. You go.
Hell
Hang
yeah.
on, guys. Okay, give me the start at least. Give me a little
Right.
bit.
Give him the plot.
Give me a little bit.
Clearly, we're venturing into unknown and dangerous territory. However, as champions of skill, etc., etc. So yeah,
Says etc. in his speech.
yada yada.
Yada.
All right, so 20 temporary hit points to everybody.
Got it.
Thank you.
As you guys are, as he completes his speech, and all of you go, yeah, woo, yeah, let's do this. You hear behind you, impressive. To which you turn around and you see a very small sort of attaché of individuals. You see a single cambion with its large leathery wings behind its back, but its skin is very sort of black and ivory. You see sort of accompanying a number of sort of tieflings with a sort of very noble, fine clothing about them. They very much almost look like sort of like a royal diplomatic attaché, so to speak. But there is a lot of skin exposed and such. People seem to get right out of their way as they approach. And says, I have heard some of travelers in this wide, wonderful city, and I suppose that all be you. Knights of the Scorched Earth, if I'm not mistaken.
Who would be
That would
asking?
be us.
We are.
I see. Well, it is a great pleasure to meet you all. You may refer to me as Amon. And he sort of bows. I come to you now as a messenger from the Argent Palace itself, and I'm here to impart upon you an invitation. And with a sort of devilish grin, he sort of brings forth a long, elegant scroll with a little sort of, rather than a wax, it's a wax seal, but it's in the shape like the signet that was pressed into it. It looks very much like sort of this, it's a demon head sort of black ivory seal. And he sort of lends the scroll forth.
What would happen if we were not to accept this invitation?
The invitation has been sent. To not accept it would be the equivalent of receiving it anyway and stepping on it later. Make no mistake, you have been invited, whether you take this piece of paper or not.
We did want in, so this seems,
I'll
take
very graciously reach forward and at least take it in my hand, but not open it yet.
Excellent. Well, we would be most excited for your attendance very soon. Have an excellent day. And he sort of gives you a little bow, very respectful. And he sort of snaps his fingers twice, and all the tieflings sort of fall in line, similar, sort of like purplish, blackish skin. And he sort of like puts his hands behind his back and walks up the street very inspecting-like, and even great monstrous demons seem to like get right out of the way and sort of almost avert their eyes as this cambion walks down the street.
I do appreciate tieflings.
Ryan, what do I know cambions to be? Like what are they? Like,
Religion or nature check, your choice.
I'll roll something like that.
Yeah, whoever wants to.
I'll roll a religion. Damn, that was almost a 19. A 13?
13. Very good, very good.
17 nature.
17 nature. What you will both know is Cambions are half fiends. Everyone thinks like tieflings are like half demons or whatever, which is not true. Tieflings are like humanoids with like a dappling of fiendish blood in them, just like almost like a mutation rather than a sort of a full half breed. Cambion is a true half fiend. Half of them is humanoid, half of them is fiendish in nature, truly. And they are indeed considered fiends. They can be born from demons, they can be born from devils. They are true half fiends. What you will know more, Trixie, is that their power varies from person to person, much like a human's power may vary human to human, whether that be skill in arcana, political power, so on, so to speak. But they are skilled at the use of hellfire. They're very manipulative. To escape their charm is very difficult. They're like succubus and incubus, but much more powerful.
Okay.
Shall I? He kind of like fiddles with the seal. Shall I open it?
Please do, Sir Tamlin.
Would a religion roll yield anything different?
I rolled a religion.
Yeah, you rolled a religion. About the nature of what a Cambion is, I think religion's more about like what you would learn from like, I guess how I'm judging the roles, like religion is more like what you would learn from like a holy text, so to speak. It's like, and in the abomination that a mortal should lie with a whatever shall produce a, you know, and then tricks in like a more nature-based is sort of more like the actual like foundation, the biological, like what they are, in a more sort of almost scientific sense, rather than a lore sense, if that makes sense. But yes, Tamlin, you sort of undo the scroll, very formal, very beautiful calligraphy written in a sort of like purplish dark ivory ink. You know, all the formalities. You've been cordially invited to attend the Demon Lord Grizzt, Lord of Azagrat, Master of the Argent Palace, Lord of the City of, you know, a million titles. You've cordially been invited to join him to sup in the Argent Palace as soon as time permits. Signed with a very sort of diabolical looking seal, not a language or like an actual signature, but a very diabolical demonic symbol, which you can only expect is the demon symbol itself. Your host awaits your imminent greeting. And then below, as you're reading it, Tamlin, as all of you are looking at it, you see a secondary script begins to sort of sizzle into appearance in a much different handwriting that you recognize to be the handwriting of Zybilna. And it simply reads, bring me the sapphire with my mark.
Oh.
Sapphire with her mark. Does somebody have that?
Jace, do you know of this sapphire?
Do I? No. No, I'm afraid I do not.
So I know it says like come fairly quickly, but do we think like this is like the summer court where we should dress up? Like obviously not like we're going to summer court, but dress up like appropriate for this palace?
Should we all get our pink here?
I think the like from the etiquette perspective, like, yeah, you should dress up, you should look real good, blah, blah, blah. But from the survival standpoint, from what you've heard, you should probably bring a sword or two.
Well,
so, and it's also elegance and etiquette in pretense to impress Grizzt. So that's up to you how much you care to, you know, impress him while he's summoning you to like a clear trap.
I'm assuming both of those are how I look all the time.
Yeah, and for a knight, yeah, like it's very there's ceremonial armor and then there's war
Right.
armor, but like yeah, you're probably always dressed to impress as far as a knight should.
I'm good as far as, attire. I'm always functional.
Yeah, you got that sort of planar body or that planar bounty hunter look.
Mm-hmm. It's meant to
Blend in as
appeal to
many places as
all the
possible.
planet. Yeah.
Many cultures as possible all
Mhm.
at once.
It's kind of like if a piece of clothing could be pandering to different planes. We'll call it plandering.
Desperately trying not to offend the entire internet.
Sorry,
Yeah.
what did she ask for again? Bring me the.
Said, bring me the sapphire with my mark.
And do any of us know what that is?
Well, you never seen a sapphire with her mark on it. You've never been in possession of one.
I reckon plundering more. I like that you like that, Tim. Yeah, I'm the plundering.
Plandering, that's funny.
Yeah, so would I know of a place where I could purchase or trade?
As far as the lower planes go, this is one of the largest and safest markets for planar travelers. There's others, like there's places in hell that you can barter in as well, but this is largely considered like one of the greater planar markets. If you were to Google top 10 planar markets,
Yelp.
It'd be up there.
It would be up there. This is the definition
recommend.
of what would recommend. Like of the, I think it probably would be on like the top 5 sort of places to go amongst the planes to peddle and market goods. There's probably like Sigil, maybe some upper plane places, and then like this place too, because you can get anything here, like dark bad shit here as well, right? Yeah, this is one of the few lower plane markets you can go and probably not die.
So if I wanted to find let's say a gem broker or something,
easily, there's probably 100. Okay. Especially in this district that you find yourselves in now. It's like everywhere you look, there's massive buildings and like huge market squares.
I want to try to limit the search to places that perhaps Zybilna would have gone.
Okay. Let me check something, and I'll let you make me either a history or religion check to see what you remember of this city and like where that may be.
Okay, I'll do history. Nice. 22. History.
Got it. Fuck. Hang on a second.
Because I'm thinking like, oh yeah, like she obviously like placed a gem here like a long time ago, like and hid it, and then we would have to find it maybe, if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, dude, I need to roll with my new dice.
Come on, man. Hold, please. I'm just checking out.
I didn't realize how fitting these dice would be for like the lower planes. Like,
Hell yeah.
shit. Oh,
Hell yeah.
I feel like a YouTuber. So this is the glam powder.
So what did you roll?
A 22 history.
22. So you think absolutely not. Zabolna probably would not go to Fogtown.
Okay.
It's just like the lower district, whatever.
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
What was the gem again?
Sapphire.
Sapphire.
It was a sapphire. Of the other two districts that exist, there is here, which is Galengahast, which is sort of like where the villas of powerful demons are and market squares are. And then the last district, which is considered to be sort of the most remote, is a haven for those who do not wish to be found. Very deadly assassins and agents of Grizzt dwell here, and people within deep cover who wish to hide their identities hide in Dark Flame. That is the third and final district of the city. So people who do not want to be found go to Dark Flame. With this information of the amulet, that's probably where maybe many demons stash their amulets, so you don't want to be found, right? While you're regenerating. It's considered to be sort of a twisting maze-like district of alleys. So she could have gone there if she really wanted it hidden, but a sapphire is pretty good on the market. It's tricky. But it seems that she wants it found, so it's probably not in Dark Flame. Because why would she put it there if she wanted it found? Unless she thinks she has such confidence in all of you that you could find it in a place where it's not meant to be found. I don't know. It's difficult. That's what you know of the three places. There's Fogtown, where she would never go, the markets of Galgenhast, and the maze of Dark Flame. Yes, Vivian.
Very, very stupid question. I know the sword is red, but do I recall there being a pommel stone on it?
Yes, there is a pommel stone. It is a red gem pommel stone.
Yeah, there's
no
a picture
sapphires.
up in our chat farther up that I found.
So
Yeah,
red
like a ruby.
sapphire.
A red ruby sapphire.
It was obvious, but I just wanted to ask.
Yeah,
It
no
would
problem.
be a great reason to need the sword.
Good. It's a good guess. It's a good guess.
That's a good ass question.
It's a good question. Yeah.
So I suppose there's two alternatives. Either she left it in the marketplace, where there are countless gem merchants that would buy or sell, and we would just have to find which one she happened upon, or what so have you. Or she left it in a place because she is confident in us. Basically, she's either very confident in us or not that confident in us. If she's very confident in us, she left it in the what was the name of the
Dark Flame.
in the Dark Flame district, where those who wish not to be found are not. In which case we would possibly be set upon by assassins of Grizzt, although not likely because he invited us. But it is possible she hid it there. Or we could just walk about the marketplace. I do feel that time is of the essence, though. So I will leave the delegation to all of you. I only have an hour on the spell to locate Isolde.
Maybe we should follow that then, if we've only got an hour on the spell.
I'm sorry. Can I look at the scroll again? What was the part that Zabolna had written?
She said, "Bring me the sapphire with my mark."
And
Well, I mean-
what is her mark?
Is it the mark that's on our signet rings?
I admit I don't think I know like what it is specifically. I'll take a look around, but if she does have like a signature symbol, you all would certainly know it. You have been around the palace long enough. But yes, the mark would probably be like her signet ring, the thing she would like sign things with. I'll take a peek around, but I do not know.
Yeah, because I think she gave, at least myself and Brock have a signet ring that she gave us. I can't remember if she's given it to everybody.
I don't know if I got one of those.
Not me.
Oh, I would
out for a
say
while.
with the giving of your title, Jace, that you would have received one as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't immediately see anything within the message that tells us not to continue on that.
Yeah. Just to go up and not have what Zabona was asking for.
I think if she put it on there, it's going to be important enough that we take our time, at least a little bit, to look for it.
I mean, if it's not where we're going, is there a reason we can't find it afterwards?
I feel like, I mean, just by the wording of the scroll, I mean, one, it is possible that Grizzt actually didn't write that letter. And Zybilna has written the whole thing just to get the letter to us, and magically altered the words. At any rate, if Grizzt did bring us forth, she was able to sign her inscription on it.
Yeah, it only appeared after we had it, so I feel like she snuck it on there.
I agree with Trixie.
I think.
Where is this place that you're talking about?
Voice inside my head. Could you please tell me if the Argent Palace is kind of either en route or like past the was it Grimdark?
Dark Flame.
Dark Flame, huh?
That's okay. Let's see.
Warhammer 40k.
Warhammer 40k. Let's see. Given the size of the Argent Palace, you get the sense that you could access the palace from any of the layers. You know, this is the triple layer. The city connects to 3 different layers of the Abyss. It's a large enough palace that it could be accessed from anywhere, probably within this, like any of the districts of the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean,
So-
we could certainly check on our way through.
Yeah. I suppose we can try our hand in the marketplace and then mosey on through the Hell Flame.
Dark Flame. Dark Flame.
I was like, did I just write the
that
wrong thing down?
7 different names.
This is lore. It's not my lore.
Different religious texts call it different things, obviously.
No.
That's how everything else works in those.
But it does go like Dark Flame is like the lowest of the layers. So this is considered like the darkest, lowest place in the city.
Got it. That's how I'll
Not
remember.
the poorest, but the darkest and lowest. Dark Flame.
I'll totally be sure to remember that.
Do we have on us an example of what we think Zybilna's mark might be?
The rings.
Yeah, you guys would look at your signet rings, and I think you would find it. It looks like a magical seal. I think I got one here that I'm gonna give to you guys in just half a second. But yes, you think you do.
So we could find a gem merchant and ask them, yes?
Yeah, I mean, we could ask for any gems with sigils.
I'll just do it.
And now that I'm thinking about it, that may be the most unlikely place for us to find it. Unless it was deemed not valuable enough. Because if it was seen as valuable, then it could be on any plane.
No. It just seems likely to me that if she asked us to bring it back, she assumed it was along our intended route.
Indeed.
And not some, oh, by the way, while you're there, could you go out of your way to find?
Going out of our way is one of our specialties, Temlin. But I do agree. Perhaps if we just continue our path towards the palace, we will find what we seek.
Would it be weird for us to just message her and ask her? Maybe she can't respond? If he's listening, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. How many more sendings do we have? Or
It's just one a day.
I don't think I have my attendees with me, right?
No, yeah, you left them in the Shadowfell.
I can cast ascending whenever we need.
We have the sending stone that we can talk to her once a day.
Well, that was the one. Right.
Haven't
Oh, we
spoken
haven't
to
talked
her
to her
yet.
yet.
No, that was
Oh.
yesterday.
And
Okay.
also, I'm familiar with the spell. So
Ooh.
if we ever needed to talk to her twice, possibility.
Yeah. Well, save your spell slot. Yeah, whoever wants to send the sending, just briefly ask, are we supposed to find this along the way? Or did you hide it from us because we do not currently have possession?
I mean, that sounded good. You could just say that.
Oh yes, okay. I should have written that down.
Yeah, so like,
let's
is this on our path, or is it hidden? Is it in this place? You know.
Is it okay.
Maybe without saying what we're looking for, just in case.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I get a little bit of performance anxiety when I have a
we all turn around and look away.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Should we not be direct? My lady,
I can't
where
do it while you're
might we
watching me.
find it?
Oh shit. He'll activate it and he'll say, my lady.
What the fuck?
It seems that we do not have the sapphire in possession. Are we meant to find it on our own? Or will we meet it on our way to you?
All right. You hear sort of there's a pause.
He like starts talking like I don't think it went through.
Did
I've never
they
done
not
this.
to mention the thing.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Oh fuck.
I didn't hold the button in. I clicked it.
Oh fuck. Are there instructions with this fucking thing?
I think what you get isn't.
Was I supposed to wait for the beep?
That's a beep? Oh, shh.
We're getting your response. Shh.
I think what you get isn't words per se, but it's almost like a.
Disgust.
It's almost like an anxiety, like wanting to speak but not able to.
Okay.
Right.
Like
An
wanting to help
elongated
but
sigh
not
of
able
disgust.
to. And possibly the reason why it's been hidden on a letter rather than just a sending has been sent.
Okay. Could I have a look?
Can you just give us the answer to the riddle?
Yeah.
Sending us the riddle.
Could I have a look at the scroll, please, Tamlin? Okay. As I'm looking at it,
The script that she wrote glows magically as you look at the script.
I run my fingers over it.
You don't feel any change in texture, as if the script isn't actually there.
Ooh, Daredevil.
Yeah, I'm actually blind this whole time. I've just been blind. That's why I hit Trixie sometimes.
I'm not actually a really good archer. I'm just blind.
I'm just like lucky as fuck. Okay, I'll could I try to see if there's any hidden messages within the text?
Sure. You read the hidden message and it says, "Bring me my sapphire.
Oh.
Bring me the sapphire with my mark."
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, not a first letter of every other sentence with the
Make me an
location.
investigation check.
Okay. Aw, you gotta be fucking shitting me. I rolled a nat 1 for a 5.
No.
There's definitely something there.
Drink your
I know
herbal
it.
tea.
I know it.
Let me put on my tinfoil hat real quick.
This is the symbol that is on your signet rings. Oh, fuck. It doesn't. Oh, there we go.
Got it. Okay. It's very demonic. Boy,
You're the demonic kind of girl.
oh boy. Yeah, so I suppose we can have a look through the marketplace.
I suppose at level 16 we'll try and solve the quests.
What do you mean we don't have all the answers?
I guess we'll use our wits and our guile that we've been developing over the many
Hell yeah.
years we've been
Let's do it.
traveling.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Alright, you guys go looking around. You're gonna go investigate. You're gonna go see if you can find anybody. One, you guys make me either persuasion or investigation check to go around the market and see if you can get anybody to tell you anything. Have you seen a sapphire like this? Investigate to see if you can actually find one.
25.
25.
13.
I'm very persuasive.
13.
Note the dove gray eyes.
I got 13 and
Trixie
25.
doesn't like these places that we've been visiting.
I got a... Did you hear me, Ryan?
What?
Oh, I said I got like a 13 for persuasion
13,
as well.
okay. Vivian? Or if you didn't have to roll if you didn't want to. Brock just gets a little depressed and doesn't look very hard. One day I'll shake this sadness.
I'm
It's
probably
not
not gonna-
today.
I looked behind that
It was-
rock and it wasn't behind the
persuasion.
rock.
I am finding it. Okay, a persuasion. That's a dirty 20.
30-20. Tamlin and Vivian. So here's what I'll say. Tamlin, you stumble upon one jeweler. This one tiefling jeweler who says, "Yes, I saw something like that came through here a while ago. I admit it passed hands here and there, but eventually it was sold. I don't know who to, but it was sold to someone who does live in this neighborhood, from what I hear, taken into a fine collection of jewels." Very finely cut, strange symbol, archaic. These sort of things attract someone with an inquisitive mind.
All right. So I will pass on to the group that it was seen and sold here to someone with a fine collection of jewels.
Vivian, you find in the market this old woman with like sort of blackish purple skin, horns curling out of her head. Very, very old looking woman with like big sagging boobs, and she's got all this toes on like strings strung around her neck, and just like very witchy looking old woman who says, "I can divine for you whatever it is you seek, lovey, but you have to pay the toll, of course, and I will divine for you whatever you seek."
What are you asking?
I like you. You seem to have a little fey about you, you know. I shall make you a deal in terms that is similar to your home plane. How about we say one of those pretty eyes, my dear? One of those pretty eyes.
No.
No? Well, what else then? Perhaps your vowels I could take.
Oh.
No? Not vowels either?
That's a lot of vowels.
No, but
Maybe just...
how about this?
I could take this.
I can offer a minor boon.
Minor boon? Kind of looks at you. A minor boon. Could you tell me more about your minor boons? What sort of boon?
I've a knack for dreams.
Dreams. You have dreams to trade?
I can, yes.
I would happily take a dream off your hands, dear.
What flavor?
Someone's greatest ambition, perhaps. Doesn't have to be anyone important. It could be a farmer's great ambition to become a king one day. Whatever it is.
All right. I believe you have a deal. And
very well.
She will pluck from the air what looks like a silver bell. And as she takes the bell, she sees the dreams of a young girl who had wanted nothing but to be an actress and to sing and to perform, but was sold into slavery as a scullery girl.
Got it.
But she had the talent. Had things gone differently, she could have been.
Very good, very good. So here's what I'll say is it will require some actual mechanical expense from you. Why don't we say mark off what level's dream? What level spell's dream? Like a 5th level spell?
Yes.
It's like a 6th, ain't it?
I think it's 5th. 5th sounds... No, it's 5th. It's 5th. It's
I've got the thingy. I don't actually...
You got the thingy. So why don't you mark off whatever your charge is for dream?
Okay.
Your charge or your spell slot for dream. And why don't we say, like, for the silver bell, why don't we call it, like, 50 gold on top of it?
Cool, let me do all that real quick.
Yep, no problem. So she takes the bell from you and she goes, "Excellent. I think I will be visiting a certain girl very, very soon. But for you, do I have something for you? Yes, there happens to be a minor demon lord. Not a lord per se, but a powerful pit fiend in this district, who holds within their collection a sapphire with a mark that you've described. It is a pit fiend by the name of Lord Lofux. with a PH and an X.
Of course.
Of course. Yes, this he fancies himself a lord here in this district, and he bought it from the market just yesterday.
Very well. Thank you so much for your time. Pleasure doing business.
Ta-ta! Pleasure doing business. Come back anytime. And you wander away, both of you well informed.
Oh. Go back and report the findings.
Damn these name generators. They never sound stupid until I say them out loud.
Okay, so we just ask around for this Lord Fiend?
I suppose.
I would think a pit fiend would be easy enough to find even here.
Well,
Ooh, it was a Balor. Sorry, it was a Balor. Pit Fiend. That's a devil. that gets killed on sight. Sorry, it was a Balor.
Okay. I was like, that should be pretty easy to find around here.
Yeah. Very dead around here, probably. But a Balor, so still very easy to find. There's not a lot of them walking around.
So,
Oops.
yeah.
are we going to buy it or take it from him?
I suppose
would-
that depends on how the interaction goes.
Could ask first and then.
All right, take later.
Yeah. I do have my ways of acquiring it in more clandestine approaches.
Have, like, maybe we could trade.
I'm a bit of a hoarder. I don't really like trading.
The most self-aware adventurer.
Well, we'll let you talk to them then.
Oh, that would just be grand, wouldn't it? You're always seeking for my best outcome, aren't you, Trixie?
We don't
dear?
want me talking to anyone here. I feel like
That
it's
is
just
a
not
fact.
gonna go over well.
That is yes. You
Oh.
are opposite to everything this place is.
That's why I went and got a new outfit because I couldn't find jewelers anywhere.
I know you look.
Yeah, Trixie shows up in a completely different outfit.
Yeah, I do.
I got a little distracted.
It's just like something like whatever the collar was wearing, it's very similar to that. It's all black. But that's the only reference she has to what people would wear here.
Dang, Trixie looking good.
I like
Not-
that.
not
It's like it's
scantily
this
dressed.
really like elegant, scantily like sort of like black evening dress with a very deep V all the way down to the belly button.
Sounds about right.
Very like skin tight, and then it sort of opens up at the hips down into like a dress.
Jace,
or, like a
Jace is like looking at Trixie, and he's like,
backless.
that doesn't fit your usual.
It fits pretty good, actually.
I can. Yep, it definitely does. It does, amongst other things.
I felt like I was
Uh,
really standing out before in like the bright green, so
You don't stand out at all now.
that's what I was hoping for.
Yep. He can't look at you. He cannot. He cannot look at you. Like actively trying not to. I will. I'll give it a whirl. Take it off, and then he goes up to the door and proceeds to knock.
You approach what very much does look sort of like an Italian villa. It is also worth noting that in this district, light is very hard. In almost like a 40s noir film kind of way, where like the shadows are very hard and the light's very intense. It's either like dark or it's very light, wherever you go. And as you approach this villa, it's very much sort of built like in the shape of an Italian villa, where it's probably got that open square within. But you, and it is tall, and there is sort of a strange elegance, but very similar, but more so than sort of the designs of the interior of Zybilna's own palace, with that sort of demonic sort of mosaic. Very, very imposing, very sort of oppressive architecture to it. As you approach, there are a couple of Cambions standing guard at the doors, and they go, "You can come within, but leave the pets," sort of referring to Brock and Angus.
Wow, rude.
Brock's is, "It's fine. Whatever." No. And he just kind of is like, goes and leans up somewhere and like lights a cigarette.
Has like a fedora on.
And now he's French.
I didn't want to go in anyway.
This
I didn't want to go in anyway. This
city-
place is preposterous. I do not want entrance.
I don't know why I'm just picturing him like a fucking noir detective, like leaning up against the thing. This city hasn't been good to me.
The streets of Azagrat ain't what they used to be, kid.
Don't get caught up like me.
Don't get caught up in it. Yeah, it sticks to you, like
It's a bad beat, see?
like the oil from Second Street, or guilt.
Well, depression. Oh, that depression.
Or the Shadowfell that clings to you, kid.
This town will chew you up if you let it.
I'll chew you up and spit out your bones, literally.
Hey now, look alive. We're supposed to be going in here and putting our good foot forwards.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
And I imagine this actually happening. You guys all go full Brooklyn because you're fucking Fey creatures who just can't not go into it. And all the demons are like, what the fuck?
Dude, yes, because obviously the Fae would make fun of how fucking dark and edgy this shit is. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys are all definitely like, I'm telling you, kid, get it while you can. And then the demons are like, what the fuck? What are their problems?
talking to the demons like they don't fucking live here. Like, I'm telling you, it's bad around here.
Get out of here while you can. He's like,
The city's a sewer.
I don't even want to eat this one.
This one's
you
tainted.
guys- This one's tainted by the Feywild. They are a very particular taste. He goes, "Oh, they're Fey. You know, they're caught up in some shit for sure." I don't think so. And they leave you all alone just by the power of your weirdness. As you approach and you step inside, and you're going, March 29th, 1942.
Yes.
Darkouts, just like always. And the doors open with sort of a black roiling smoke, sort of cinders within, sort of a hand hits under the door frame and sort of lurching out. You see the most magnificently tall, very much like the Mines of Moria as the Balrog begins to approach. Burning coals appear within the darkness before the actual shape takes flame, and sort of emerging from the flame, two massive wings that curl behind. A creature of smoke and ash, burning red skin, eyes of coals of yellowish hate, sort of emerges, a sword at his hip, sort of emerges into the courtyard. You see the imposing giant size of a creature which is probably the most powerful demon you've ever set eyes on. Other than, of course, the demon lord that stalked your own halls. You see a Balor in full power and eminence approach from within his villa. He looks down at you all and speaks in the fiendish tongue, or actually he speaks all within your minds, this oppressive, great voice that sort of lurches within your mind, almost shaking your very vision with its eminence. Who comes now?
We do.
Greetings, fine collector.
Oh, fuck, it's Fey creatures.
Mm. How you doing, boss? You see, we're looking for an artifact, one that you don't really come by too often. See.
I am a general of the armies of Grizzt. I have fought in the blood war for a century, and now I must suffer the servants of no doubt Zybilna.
Do we reek that much of Miss Zybilna there?
What the fuck is wrong with your voice? Is this really your internal dialogue?
Oh, sorry about that. He like does, you know how the mask like fucking like he fucking he fucking just changes.
Daffy Duck sort of.
Yeah.
We understand.
He
Have
leans
a
on like
motion.
the side of his. He like puts his arm up on his roof and sort of leans against it, sort of aspirate, like with acid, like just a little overwhelmed by all of your presence.
We understand you have amongst your most impressive collection a gem that has this signet. And presents-
Keep your voices down. Well, we're speaking telepathically, so it's fine.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I made a deal with your witch queen long ago. You come on behalf of she now?
Hey,
Zybilna,
Sorry,
bro.
Is that what she goes by now?
Goes by many names.
She told me anything with her mark that runs through this district I ought buy and return it to her agents. And on that day I'd be free of my debt to her. And that day seems to have come. So, I give to you now 3 things.
You see, sort of scrambling out, a quasit creature, who, in its hand, has those beautifully carved sapphires, with indeed that mark stamped upon the top in sort of a magic rune.
Well, I picked this only yesterday. It is yours, as per the agreement.
I'll tell you.
All right, you may add to your inventory Zybilna's marked sapphire. Says, I also have. No, I already gave that. Hang on a second. I'm just picking out. Okay. Says, I have this as well. And sort of coming forth, you see this, these 2 arrows. Beautiful, some of the most like sharp and deadly arrows made out of some strange material you've never seen before. It sort of raises sort of the bundle of these 2 arrows up. It says, and these 2 arrows were also of the collection that I was forced to gain. Indeed, it does have sort of marked on the actual point her mark. You may take them if you wish.
Arrows of slaying, one for a fiend,
Yeah, this
one
is good.
for a fae.
This is real good.
You have
Real
to
good
take
kid.
those, Jace.
Is this untraceable? He says to like the little fucking whatever.
It is
demon.
clearly traceable. It has the mark of your lady on it.
It'll have to do.
And lastly, I have a wand that came through as well. Take it and let the debt be settled.
And another quasit comes forth, holding in its hand this very strange wand that has on the end of it It's this sort of like crooked wand, and sort of strapped to the end of it is this sort of old shriveled carcass of a toad.
Take it as well, and be away from my home. Tell your witch queen that our debt is settled.
But do you want the wand, or should I just put it in the bag?
I don't want it.
Trixie, maybe it's something you could use.
I'll just put it in the bag for now until we know what it is.
Oh, fuck, I should have been a staff. That would have been funnier.
Trixie would have been like, no, I'm not taking it.
Get it away!
Mr. What was your name again?
Glorifax.
Glorifax. Would it be unprofessional to ask what was the reason for the debt to Zybilna?
Make a persuasion check.
$16.
16. When I was of a lesser form, at the time I was powerful, a Balgura, a creature of great and substantial power, but I desired more. And one does not become a Balor without a great many deaths. And so I beseeched the Witch Queen for those deaths, for that carnage. And she summoned me to a field of battle where I slaughtered of all my heart's content. And from it, I gained the eminence I have now. And this is what she asked in return. Yes, many knights, many who would call themselves noble, died that day, and my power grew.
A touching tale. Well, good sir, thank you for your patronage.
Our most heartfelt thanks.
Be gone.
And he sort of re-enters into his home, into a door that is far too small for him.
For the aesthetics.
For the aesthetics.
He could make a bigger door, but he wants it to seem like he's really, really big when he comes out.
Like a
and talks to
merge
people.
Yeah,
from
he-
like a cage in the earth.
He
Yeah.
purposely wedges one wing through at a time.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
just to seem bigger than he is,
Right.
obviously.
You bet. Absolutely.
All right. Now,
Well, that was
we
easy
walk
to-
out.
He's got
Wait,
small
what?
demon energy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's still getting. He's only been doing
got
this for like
tiny
100
demon.
years. He's still getting used to being big. He's
Yeah.
still like coming into it. You know.
Tiny demon syndrome. You know, it affects us all.
Affects like 1 in 3 demons. You know, it's a tragedy, but you know, nothing really. There's medication for it, but
Right. There are many pills for that now.
There's too many side effects.
but
you know,
don't
like
believe him.
depression.
Don't believe the stuff about the injection stuff. That doesn't really work.
The Scandinavians have figured nothing out. Nothing.
So when we walk out, how far gone is Brock? Is he fully
Brock's
noir
got
detective?
He's a
Is
bear
it raining?
with a fedora. He's got a duster on. There's a little rain cloud above his head, sort of pouring on him.
So,
He's
so
smoking a cigarette.
1920s Paddington.
He's
Mm.
got a match that's burning down his. He's like, I let the match burn down to my fingers sometimes. It's the only way I remember how to feel. It's only pain I can feel.
I
Just
like-
that night.
I grab him by his scruff, like mid-story, and I like smack him. Snap out of it! Snap out of it!
I'm immune to slapping damage.
I punch him in the gut. You
Is
son of a
this-
bitch!
Do we think this is something that a healing kind of thingy-majigger? It's not
I
really.
barely remember the gnome I once was.
I shake him. Your
make me an
partner's
Arcana check,
dead.
Vivian.
Your partner's dead.
God damn it! I know. I was there. It's my fault.
I have
It's
the
my fault,
spell,
goddammit.
and I have the stuff for the spell. It's just it would use up a spell slot before we get to the palace.
Maybe tonight, before we all go to bed, if that spell slot is still available. And there's
Why do
nothing
you
else
think I work these godforsaken streets? So that the same thing that happened to me doesn't happen to happen to some other poor fool. Don't you get it?
Brock's in his noir era.
There ain't nothing left of me.
There ain't nothing. Get out while you can, kid. Get out while you can.
Run and don't ever look back.
Don't ever look back. Just leave me. I am this city.
I can't
Just
fucking
as
deal.
corrupt. Just as vile. Just as lost. Sometimes you can't shake the guilt. It sticks to you like the evening rain.
It's not raining anywhere else.
That's what I mean. It follows you. Follows you.
Is that like a demon? I poke it with my bow to like see if
Oh
it's
yeah,
a
it's a
fucking-
demon. It's a demon. It dogs you.
I got demons.
Got demons, kid.
I try to
Just
drink
like
them
this
away,
city.
but they can swim.
It's like- sometimes I think there's more demons in this city than there are people.
Yeah, yeah, you got me talking like that. Well,
Cambion walks by. See what I mean? Everyone's
yes,
guilty
yes.
at the end of the day. All guilty of something.
All right, well, we need you to solve one more case. Can you do that?
I'll take the case.
Oh my god.
We need a dam with great gams to walk in.
And I won't do it for the money. I'll do it for the dame.
You'll have your dame, as you put it. Quite derogatory. We're in a new age now, but whatever.
Not in this city, kid. The city got left behind.
Stop smoking those; they'll kill you. And he like takes the cigarette and fucking throws
They
it on
don't
the
kill
ground,
me.
steps on
These
it.
streets will. God damn it, I gotta light another one.
How are you even
was-
lighting that in the rain? What was?
You'd be surprised. Tricks you learn on these streets. Ask any of the ladies.
This is
Ladies
chaos
turn
magic.
tricks. Yeah, you heard. I don't know why I did that.
Did I ask you to speak?
It just seemed like the thing to do in the 40s, you know?
Don't speak out of turn again.
You just might.
She
You're just
pulls
my
a gun from
secretary
her
with
garter
that-
and shoots.
Because, whoa! You won't
Just
do
a
this.
cigarette, just a cigarette out of his mouth.
You ain't got the stones, lady.
We're just gonna start infecting this plane with Fey energy, and everyone's just gonna go crazy.
They go like, oh yeah, you guys, you got a big Fey infection over here. He's talking to the Valor you just left. You go like, yep.
They
you got fairies.
actually have a containment crew just for this situation. Like
Yeah.
Monsters Inc. Like
Yeah.
you just have a bunch of guys.
Yeah, you see.
We
you
got
see,
a
like,
2319.
We got a 2319. You
It's
see
just some
like
Cambions.
this like demon, like this toad demon, this giant toad demon. He's like, oh yeah. You got it. You got it in the floorboards and everything. Yeah, you got pixies in the floorboards. You got Arc Fey on the roof. It's you got oh,
Brownies?
you got a banjo circle in the basement. Oh, yeah,
You
that
got
music's not gonna
some
stop.
huddling goblins in this. Ah shit. This is gonna be
I've
a
seen
whole
this.
lot.
I see this. That's gonna be 33 souls. Get this all out. I got it. It's in the floorboards, man. I tell you.
Yeah, you're
Getting
best to
Fey
just
out.
leave.
Here's
You're
the thing with
condemned.
Fae, they don't just leave. You got to find them a better place to go. You can't just get them out. You got to find them a place to go. And you got Arc Fae, and that's a whole other problem. That's, whew. I mean, pixies. I mean, you can get those out fairly. I mean, it's a pissed, but you can get them out. But Arc Fae, oh, forget it, buddy. You might as well just relocate.
Yeah, Yeah, that'll be at least 20 souls.
Yeah, that's in there. That's in there.
Anyway,
And I mean, we gotta beseech the Queen Titania, and gotta go through a whole billing process with the city.
and that's if she fucking wants. A lot of
And that-
times she
and
don't
that's-
even fucking want them.
And that's if you have a boon to trade.
You ain't got a bone?
You ain't got a boon. Oh, yep. This is out of my pay grade. I'm out of here. Contact the city.
Might as well cut your losses, son.
Okay. Anyway,
Oh shit.
the guy
Okay.
in the corners like rolling.
Ryan?
Goes,
Oh. Oh shit.
You hear a cambion from the side goes, "Get back to the plot." What do you think?
Oh shit. Line. Oh shit.
Rock stamps out his cigarette.
All right. All right. You with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. All right.
For as long as I got you. Something tells me. Expect me. Nope. Sorry.
All right. And now that we have our thingamajiggers, we will travel to the palace. I assume locate creature is off at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But as you felt it disappearing, you did feel her begin to sort of ascend one of the spires of the palace. She did enter before you lost her.
Which spire, if I had to look up at them and point?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Or an insight check.
That'll be in 18.
You look. Ooh, and you guys want to see the Palace of Azagrat?
There has to be like dark opera music like every time you look at it.
It looks like Nakatomi Tower.
I mean, this isn't exactly 72 ivory towers, but I did my best.
Imagine.
Imagine you're there. But yeah, you guys see this great tower, and you think you know which way she went. I don't know if I have vampire music. Spells and shadows, maybe. Anyway. Oh, here we go. I got Gothic layers. That's the one. You look at the massive spirescape. You approach these great doors that stand before you with this demonic face, no lower jaw, long jagged teeth, black horns coming out of a skull sort of encapsulate this 50-foot tall double door. And as you approach, the note in your hand burns away and disappears in your hand. In tandem, the door opens before you. Do you enter? Argent Palace.
Yeah.
You enter into the blackened palace, and the moment you enter, anticipation, darkness. You enter into these towers, and the doors close behind you. You look within, and as you stand within a foyer where there are many staircases leading into many different portions of the tower you imagine, and two other towers at that, you see the most defining thing is that every surface, almost, other than, of course, actual furniture and the floor and the ceiling, every wall is covered in mirrors. Side by side, big, long mirrors, small mirrors, rounded mirrors, squared mirrors. The walls are just utterly lined with mirrors, including up the staircases, and you think if you had a precise enough vision, you could almost see the entire palace through these mirrors. It's very much like when you enter an elevator and there's mirrors on all sides, and you can look on forever. It's like that, but more, and you can see the possibility of every hallway, every room. If you had a precise enough eye, one probably beyond the possibilities of mortals.
The entire palace you expect is lined with mirrors. It is dark. You don't hear much except for the faint screams deep, deep within the halls of the Argent Palace. And there's nowhere to go but up a staircase. You begin to find your way through this labyrinth of mirrors. But as you guys begin to proceed and decide what it is you want to do within the Argent Palace, let's go to a break. Go to a little break. Come back after a little break. See what happens.
Low break, low break.
You're not gonna kill us over break, are you?
Welcome back, Girl Dead.
Yeah.
Nobody was here to roll
Your
initiative.
characters.
Dude, what the fuck?
What the fuck? This is bullshit. I'm gonna
Flip my
post all these red
fucking
flags
computer.
online.
Fuck! Drop my phone.
Oh, fuck, I broke my phone.
Oh man. Nothing quite relaxes me like the sound of abyssal screaming.
I'm here if you're waiting for me.
Rip.
Just had a chat about your red flags like a couple of hours ago.
Fuck. Is that a red flag? I don't think that's a red
Yo,
flag. That's
I'm
personal
so
preference.
sorry for bringing that shit up. Holy fuck.
Man. I've been black flagged by fucking the internet. It's all good. It's all good. It's bad. All right, we're all back. Let's get to it. Okay, guys. So, what's the plan? You stand in the first of surely many rooms of the Argent Palace. How do you intend to navigate this place?
We go left? I don't know.
Effective, but takes a while.
So we went up the stairs, right?
Yeah, what do we see?
Up the stairs? There's many stairs. I would say, why don't we say in this room there's 3?
The middle one.
Middle one. Okay. Just a winding staircase that goes up.
Okay.
66 ivory towers and scores of mirrored hallways lay before you. As you walk down these halls, it is decadent, elegant, sinister, of course, but also cold and meticulous in its design. Though it is sort of a smattering of mirrors everywhere you go, you can't help but feel that there is a level of, despite the chaos of it, there is almost maybe a brilliance underneath it in its design, one that you simply aren't able to tap into. But there's something about this place that is both chaotic and very intentional. So, you guys go up the stairs. How long do you intend to walk up the stairs? Because they go on and on and on.
Does it ever come to like a
Sure.
landing or
Yeah,
anything?
sure, plenty of landings.
Can we, like, are we feeling anything? Can we kind of reach out to this guy telepathically? Like, didn't he invite us? Like, why are we wandering around?
Yeah.
He likes to see us suffer.
Well,
All right,
are
demon.
we following
Yeah.
Isolde? Are we going straight to see His Highness? Or whatever
Oh,
let's call him.
are there any windows?
No.
Okay.
After a while, it feels strange. It's almost like you're not in a tower at all. You could, for all you know, be very deep underground. There's no way to tell what time of day it is or how high up in the sky you are.
We try to start like looking at all the mirrors and stuff. Do we like see anything down hallways using the mirrors?
Maybe a perception check.
Can we all do that?
Yeah. Whoever wants to.
I want to poke a mirror.
Okay, you poke a mirror. It is a mirror.
Oh.
30.
29. You son of a.
You guys 30? So for my 29, you're looking around in the mirrors, and yeah, it has that sort of elevator thing, but that's the thing with all of these mirrors, is that if you sort of angle yourself in the right way, you can probably like see up the stairs a little while. Just sort of by the sort of nature of it bouncing off of different mirrors. And you, Jace, as you're sort of like looking through the mirrors, you're like kind of moving your head along, and you're just, you're seeing like rooms and staircases and whatever just like sort of flying by. It's impossible to sort of fully map the place out, but in your precision perception. You're sort of moving your head unintentionally. You come just like 2 yellow eyes just sort of scan across your periphery. You're like, wait, what was that? And you like kind of like try and find wherever that is, but God, it was only for a minute. And how do you find just the right angle to find that again? Trixie, you with your 30, you look down the halls and you see you kind of stop and you see that there's this long hallway with sort of like a red carpet, a deep, deep red carpet, almost the color of blood, but still many mirrors. And you see standing in the hallway a cloaked figure, shade over the face. You can't see any of the hands or arms. The cloak is slightly tattered, and it's just sort of standing there almost like directly facing you as if to invite you. You don't suspect, and as you're looking, you're like, this one you can track. You're pretty sure it's like a floor up on the right. This long hallway that you're seeing into.
I let everybody know that. Do we want to try that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds like
I'll
the way
walk
to
up.
go. Anyone's
I'll walk
better
up.
than no one.
I do need you to make a con save, Trixie, as you see this individual in the mirror.
16.
Turn to
16?
a bear real quick.
You, obviously an imposing figure. There's sort of I don't know, something dark of this creature, but you continue on. You guys make your way up, and as you turn around the corner and you all see this individual once again, you can see vaguely underneath the cloak the vague shape of almost like bones, sort of like around where the eyes ought to be, and the mouth seems to stretch deep and low, much like sort of the guy from Scream a little bit underneath. Yeah. I need everyone to make con saves.
Yep.
Me again, or
Again, yep.
again? Okay.
Yeah, +5 if you're within 10 feet of me.
Yep.
Sweet. That'll be a 15 for me.
15, save.
23.
Save.
32.
Very
4,
nice.
if I have the +5.
4?
24.
Oh, 24, okay. I was like,
If I have the +5 4, yeah.
Math?
God.
So I'll tell you what, guys. Here's what I want you to do. For the duration, until I say so, I'd like you guys to look at whatever your con save bonus is, including Tamlin's bonus, and then figure out what number you gotta roll on the dice to fail. And I want you to just sit there and roll the dice until you roll below a 13. Whatever that may be. Or however you want to do it. Just keep rolling con saves. The creature speaks in a very heavily accented broken common. It says,
Welcome into the house of Grizzt. You are most welcome here, for you come with invitation. You will now, if you please, follow, and I shall take you somewhere where you may enjoy luxury for a time, until the master is quite ready for you. You shall feast and dine, and the master will join surely.
and as he turns his back to you, you may stop making con saves.
Oh.
And begins to wander down the hall. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Incredible. You are all walk down the hall, the mirror's still coming through. You see beautiful grand oak doors that sort of open, and within you see a very, very long, big table, a banquet table, filled with delicious looking food. Maybe some of it cooked from creatures you don't know, but resembling sort of a like a roasted pig with an apple in the mouth, and delicious food all the way down, purees, fruits and vegetables, very finely cooked, steamed, hot food. And there's rocks here. So there's 5 seats near to the end of the table. In fact, there would be like 5 seats at the end of the table, and then the banquet table goes down. A very strangely shaped table, but it goes down for a very deep, long hallway. And the hall, other than those 5 seats, is filled with demons. As they sort of stuff their faces, you see creatures, quasits, you see creatures with sort of blackened wings. You see amongst them all of these like savage demonic creatures. You see these beautiful women and beautiful men in very like sexy outfits, for lack of a better word, but downright lingerie. And just sort of dining and eating and like flirting with like grotesquely like monstrous demons. Like you see this one large sort of toad-like creature with boils across its back, and you see this beautiful woman with red lipstick sort of like very physically flirting with the demon. It is truly a sort of hall of debauchery, almost to the point of disgust. Though not taken to that level, perhaps quite yet. And the creature turns to all of you, another round of con saves, and says, "Raise the end of the table as for our most auspicious guests. Come and dine." Only the one con save as he turns around. Do you all go to sit?
Sorry, real quick. So for the first round, we just kept rolling until we rolled lower than a 13?
Yeah.
Okay. So for me that was 2.
Okay. Did you roll below? Did you roll a 2 or lower?
Yeah, I rolled a 19 first, and then I rolled an 8.
Oh, okay, yeah. So make sure to tell me when you roll below that.
Oh.
So we'll say in this moment, we'll say like right now you roll below that. You sort of like hold your head, and you feel this jolt of pain through your head. Just something in his vision as he looks upon you, just like the only way to really say it is you feel death.
I felt that.
You take 18 points of psychic damage, and like all of you notice Jake just sort of like completely pause and just like hold his head and kind of just like you go maybe start wandering around the room, but he just kind of goes incapacitated for a moment.
I'm also resistant to psychic damage. So,
Oh, okay, so you'll take half. You'll take half.
So that's 8 then?
Yeah.
I think yeah.
And then
Yes.
and then he comes out of it after oh, sorry, no, you're not incapacitated. I apologize.
Ah!
This is a confusing feature.
It's fucking goated for like a martial character though.
Yeah, you take the psychic damage. You feel dread overcoming you, and then you sort of like see Tamlin in your periphery, and you feel courage overwhelm you.
I needed to see a beautiful person.
Yeah,
That's the cure.
I guess so.
Yeah.
So dreamy. I mean, what?
You see standing around the halls more of these sort of long cloaked, strangely long-faced creatures. If you wish, you guys can kind of like avert your eyes and kind of look at the ground if you don't wish to meet their gaze.
Fuck that.
Yeah, keep rolling con saves then until I say otherwise. And tell me if you fail. And that goes for anyone who doesn't wish to like stare at the ground or up at the roof or something, or
Like-
just simply close their eyes.
How fast do I roll them? Like fucking just every second?
The idea, you don't have to be too fast about it. Just like roll one every.
I mean, do we know that we're having trouble with looking at them?
Yes, yeah. You're like every time you look at them, it's almost feel like you're being sucked into a void, and
Right. So
your
you
mind begins
like
to sort of
feel
throb.
it in your will or whatever. Okay, then I'll.
Yeah, you
then
feel it in
I'll-
your
I'll
mind. You're like
avoid.
your brain begins to like throb, like you're being like the fact that you're not just being sucked into their mouths by just the sheer fact that it's not really how physics work. It hurts you.
Sure.
My elongated alien head is really pounded, man.
Yep. Yeah, it's like death's calling you, but the mere fact that you're alive brings you pain.
That was a natural one.
Oh my gosh.
Natural 1?
Yeah, that's a fail.
Natural 1 is a fail.
I
11,
would think.
11 reduced to 5 for you.
Okay.
You all sit down at the end of the banquet table in which some much cooler music is going to start playing. You can stop rolling for a second while I pick if you want.
Thanks.
Let's see, what...
I'm just gonna be sitting at the table, and then all of a sudden, just
Bardic Jam.
Jace, why do you keep looking
it's
at them?
can't let nobody have the foot over me. No, but
I'm trying to find a good track for what the
when
fuck
you meet a
guys are
bully, you
doing.
gotta look him straight in the eye.
Just stare at Tamlin.
I see you.
Yeah, okay, this is it. All right, we can get back to it. Plot begins again.
Beat me.
There's beautiful, delicious food here. Does anybody want any?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I start diving in.
yeah.
I failed.
All right. Failed again. That's gonna be 11 damage. I'm taking into consideration your resistance.
Okay. Damn, that's a lot. Holy shit.
Yeah, and you guys begin to eat. It's good. It's tasty food. Delicious. What more can one ask for?
Vivian is not eating.
Yvain's not eating, understood.
Yeah,
Or
I'm not
Vivian's
gonna. At least not right away.
I mean,
Lisa.
Soylent Green is made from people, but Tamlin never saw that movie, so it's fine.
Got it. The creatures begin to eat. Yep. Again, okay.
I was just gonna be like, hit me.
That's 10 psychic damage. As you see, Jace is almost... As you guys all, like, either eat or don't eat and kind of, like, look at the ceiling or down at your plate or, like, lowly at each other, keeping your eyes off of these... They're almost standing around like butlers waiting to serve the host. You see Jace just, like, very specifically, like, staring at these creatures.
I'm just gonna get up, stand
And, like,
behind Jace, and cover his eyes.
like... Yeah, his eyes, like, bloodshot and, like, bleeding out of his nose.
Trixie's just gonna get up, stand behind Jace, and cover his eyes.
All right.
No,
Jace, you immediately feel better.
I can't show weakness. I must have it. No. Oh my god.
That is a pretty Fey thing to do, in fairness.
Just sits there and slowly dies at the table.
Disintegrating.
He's stubborn.
So Vivian's not eating, Trixie's not eating, Tamlin's digging in. Jace, you eating?
Yeah, I'll eat.
Yeah, you're eating. You can't show weakness. You guys eat. As the festivities continue, you see, like, you know, people begin to sort of... Yeah, Trixie's just covering his eyes while he eats, because...
The fuck was that?
What are you doing, mate? You guys all find yourselves sort of... People sort of stand up and start moving around the hall. You'll notice that the demons themselves are keeping sort of their eyes off the butlers as well, or at least not meeting their gaze. And you can look around fairly well as long as, you know, you don't look them in the eye. And they start moving around the hall, and again, there are, like, many creatures in here that are, like, you can see that there is a sort of twisted beauty to the hall. There is, like, beautiful men and beautiful women in very scantily clad garb. There is other sort of demonic creatures that have some level of sort of beauty about them, though demonic and strange. And they all sort of are taking part in these revelries, these indulgences. Is there anything that you guys would like to do around the halls, or anyone you'd like to talk to, anything you'd like to do?
No, I think I'm gonna eat and watch.
Watch the festivities. All right, I'll tell you a little what's going
Observing.
on. You see some closets kind of like run almost like a rat through the table of food. Let's see if I can't find. You see, like, up in the roof, almost Harry Potter style, with, like, you know, the seasons changing everything, except you see creatures, again, that sort of Cheshire Cat sort of face, sort of like some of them moving around the roof, and you can almost see like Dementor-like flights around the roof. You see sort of in the hall these massive ape gorilla-like demons who sort of sit there and, like, smile with tusks as these, like, small men, and like comparatively small men and women, to these large fiends, kind of like bask in their like grotesque masculinity, this grotesque strength they hold in their bodies. And you guys all sort of watch the indulgence as it continues. You see also amongst them there are these like really twisted like centaur-like creatures, not like the beautiful centaurs that you all know from your world, these sort of very strong, capable warrior-esque sort of fen-fey, half horse, half man creatures, but almost like a demonic imitation of that, where they do have the horse lower body and the humanoid upper body, but they have horns and sort of tusks that come out of their chin, sharp claws and a long scorpion-like tail, that are equally treated with that sort of vainglorious beauty by demons and other folk within. There's cambions here, beautiful tieflings, beautiful other succubus-like creatures. What else we got? No, those are not here. Yeah, and there's like one or two of these like large toad-like demons with like serrated teeth inside. I think there's one more creature in here that I'm gonna put down that is sort of note. There's also one or two of these very large Medusa-like women, except they have normal hair, but each one has 6 arms and a long snake-like body that starts at the hip. And these there's like 4 of them down in this hall, and they're treated like the beauties of the hall. As they sort of go around, one wraps its body around like one of these men who sort of like lets it happen with sort of a lustful excitement. And as you guys are sitting there, some of you are interacted with, like you Trixies are just like kind of covering Jace's eyes. You're a little occupied, and you see like one of these Cambion, this like really beautiful woman, Cambion with long black hair, red skin, sort of comes up to you and just starts to talk. He says, "You received an invitation from the Lord Grizzt. Incredible. So what are you here for, business or fun or both?"
Who she asked that to? Oh.
Yes, I could talk to you as well, little boy.
Would you like to see this one as long as you don't look around where you're not supposed to?
Sure. I can fend for myself. Yeah.
So I just like point his head right to her, and then I
and you see this like beautiful red skin, sort of like yellow eyes, curling back horns, long, luscious, straight, beautiful black hair, leathery wings folded behind her, and just wearing like leather dominatrix lingerie for all intents and purposes. And she goes, "Oh, I'll take care of this one." She sort of puts the back of her hand along your cheek.
That's why I got the new outfit. I fit in so much better now.
Then he looks at you. He's like,
all of you here under the table.
"Oh, I must have stubbed my toe. Oh dear. Painful."
Says, "Well, I know we always don't. It would be rude to leave the rest of the guests in the hall, but if you want to sit in perhaps one of the long chairs in the hall just over there, well within sight of your friends, maybe we could have a more private conversation."
Sure. Lead the way.
Right, this way then. And she sort of like takes your hands and sort of smiles at you, Trixie, looks you up and down a little bit, and kind of continues onward as she sort of wipes past Trixie. You see these two like tiefling guys, sort of like ivory, purplish black skin, blue eyes, sort of like small horns coming out of the tip, sort of almost like in that like single-shouldered sort of Greek array, but it's more sort of like reds and whites are sitting like talking on like a couch down the hall, and they both kind of catch your eye and sort of wave, sort of invitingly, if you wish. Tamlin, you, my friend, poor charisma, her
Sure.
being a paladin, and you get no small amount of looks. You see one of these like large snake-like women creatures like down the hall, sort of looks at you with like not a vindictive, but a sort of demanding gaze, as if to demand your attention.
Oh, yeah.
A
Attention.
conquest.
Attention
Conquest
paid.
gaze.
Attention paid. With one of her 6 arms raised, and she sort of does like this, as if to say, "Come here right now."
Oh,
Gotta go. Let me finish my roll.
right then.
Right then, into the fray. You sort of walk in, incredible.
Into the fray.
Into the fray. You'll go sort of speak with her. Vivian. Let's see who you catch the attention of. You see, as you're sitting there, you hear. You kind of like look around, look up. You see this man who is probably 10 feet tall and is the strongest man you've ever seen. Like red, hairy arms, but he's wearing like gold bracelets, a long sort of golden chain necklace. He has tusks, and does indeed look sort of almost ape-like and primal-like, but there's no denying a certain masculine beauty, Hercules-like to him almost. And he sort of like sits at the table beside you and says, "You are small, but I expect you have very large appetites."
On occasion.
I have heard of you, guest, the dream weaver, and what greater indulgence is there than dreams coming true?
True. So what are the rules of this court?
Do as you see fit. This is the palace of the Lord of Indulgence. The more you indulge, the better. The only thing that we despise around here is conservativeness.
Allow me to clarify. You see, in my realm, if someone were to be invited to a dinner and the host had not come in and they were to take the food, they would then be in debt to the host. Different quirks. I just want to make sure I don't offend the Lord Grizzt by dining.
Allow me
when
to
he's
put
not
it
in the
this
room.
way. Indeed. Allow me to put it this way. Lord Grizzt has me here to ensure that every appetite is met. And there are just some places where certain appetites cannot be met. But that is not such in this palace.
Very well.
Incredible. All of you have various interests. Is anybody doing anything about them?
Shit.
I'm in the midst of being quite obedient, actually.
Yes, you are. You guys look through the hall and you see Tamlin very much, I'm not going to say constricted, but very much like she has the lower snake part of her body very much wrapped around Tamlin. He's sort of like, and she's kind of like got her, like 2 of her hands on your face, and she's like,
Aren't you going to be a succulent meal?
Oh,
I never
no.
took.
she goes,
I never-
No, shh, don't worry. I have been commanded specifically not to devour you. Well, not like that.
I never took Tamlin as the type of guy that likes to get stepped on, but I get it. I get it.
He definitely has a thing for the ladies.
Jace, you, my man, you're sitting there. You've got this woman who's got like, is pretty close to straddling you, and it's just like they're talking to you and says, "You must have certain appetites. One you've resisted, never wanted to admit to the sun. I have seen all sorts of perversion, and you, I'd like to indulge in, if I'm being quite honest."
I have been known to fall to my indulgences on more than one occasion.
I see. Then fall to me. Just sign here, here, and here. No.
Oh shit!
She doesn't say that. I'm just kidding.
He's like,
but I will have a wisdom saving throw disadvantage from you.
okay.
We'll not be getting Tamlin's bonus. You guys are a little divided at this time.
That'll be a 15 with disadvantage.
Okay. You feel enthralled by her, but nothing more. Not magically so.
Okay. And as she says, "Fall to me," I think he'll kind of grin and like grab her thigh and her shoulder and flip her around until he's on top, and then he's gonna be like, "Why don't you fall to me?"
She like looks as you like kind of throw her over. She kind of like has like a look of like surprise, and then like
that'll be a DC 18 wisdom. No, I'm just playing.
A very mischievous, sort of excited smile curls across her face, and she sort of like reaches down, kind of like grabs your hips, and I don't know, kisses you, and
Couch
sure we can all imagine certain things that are happening over there.
What kind of a demon was that, by the way?
She's a Cambion, so she's, think succubus, basically.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Except not like disguised as a human, like very much like red, fiendish, small horns, black hair. Very looks like the devil woman. Vivian, this great monster of a man, sort of smiles down at you as he sort of stands up to his full height, and his massive ape-like arm sort of like grabs you around the arm, like one hand fully shoulder to wrist. Says, "So then tell me, little fairy, are you ready to have some fun?"
She'll pour herself a glass of wine, hand it to her mage hand. I'm not going to spill my wine on my dress as I walk.
Fair enough.
And we can be about our way. As we go, I would like to spend a sorcery point on a subtle spell and cast Ascending to Zybilna.
Okay. And just as a note, he lifts you fully off your feet by his arm with massive strength, and just like throws you over his shoulder and just kind of holds you there and sort of walks you out, very much as like this one's mine kind of
I
thing.
would like to make a
territorially
dex check to roll up to sit on his shoulder elegantly.
She's a classy woman.
Like, I'm not trying to get away. I'm just trying to position myself.
I'm gonna have you do a very unique check I don't think I've ever asked for before. I want you to make me a charisma-based athletics check. This is sort of like
Yeah, because she's
You're
not
kind
trying
of
to get away.
fighting, but in a playful. Yeah, like you're
Yeah.
fighting in like sort of a playful sort of like way.
Charisma-based athletics check. Okay. So am I rolling? Am I adding my charisma?
Are you proficient with athletics?
I am not.
So just roll me a flat charisma then.
Okay. That shouldn't be too bad. Well, it could be. That's not too bad. That's a 19.
Yeah, like at first he sort of like puts you over his shoulder, sort of throws you over his shoulder, very much in a sort of like Conan claiming his woman kind of way, and then you kind of like sort of start pushing out of the hold, and he kind of like looks over as if to like he's gonna like sort of like dominatingly be like, no, you stay, and you kind of like position yourself in a way that sort of like adds more than decreases to the fun, and he allows you to. And you subtly cast Sending. What do you say?
Zybilna, we're at port. He seems very intent on entertaining us. Do we have time to be distracted?
You get the same feeling that Jace felt. This sort of, it's not words, it's more of just like a feeling is transmitted of sort of like an anxiousness of wanting to communicate but not truly able to. What's going on with you, Trixie? You see these sort of like, and you get the sense you're getting very much the sense that this is sort of like the Sultan's palace, where sort of every decadence and every pleasure imaginable has been made available to you. You get the sense if you walked up to anyone in this hall, they would be duty-bound to entertain you. And you see these tieflings over by the way, sort of beckoning you, other sort of Cambion, other beautiful fiends, other not traditionally beautiful demons, shall we say. Much to do in this hall. Is there anything that Trixie wishes to do?
Yeah, she wasn't planning to get up, but then everybody just fucking left her.
Yeah.
So, she'll go up to the tieflings, I guess.
And they say, welcome, please. And they like invite you to sort of sit between them, and you can't help but feel like a little like happy sandwiches. They're not like on top of you or anything, but they're like one's on one side just sort of like playing with your hair, and another sort of like running his hand on your arm, and very much the center of attention for these two, if not more, who just walk by and they just say, you look elegant tonight. More elegant than I think many in this hall. I think you'd make for quite a servant of indulgence yourself. They kind of sort of openly admire your physical form.
Well, I picked it up today before coming here.
Well, that explains how you fit in so very well. We're very excited to make your acquaintance, Miss
Trixie.
You sort of like look at each other knowingly, smiling as if they are in on a secret that you're not. They say, tell us, Trixie, we are so very fancy and desire around here. I wonder, what do you desire to be here for? There's much to indulge in, and we're all too happy to help.
When does Grizzt get here?
You wish for the master, is that it? And you hear the other one behind you say, you hear the voice of Grizzt behind you says, we can be the master. And you sort of like turn over and you see, you don't know by what magic initially, but he is this your sized, not the 12-foot tall demon lord, but fun-sized. He looks exactly like Grizzt. Crown of horns, the devious face. And you look back to the other one, he looks like Grizzt as well, and they're like, you can meet us right now if you wish to.
Oh, I've met him. already. So,
Have you met him wholly? You could, if you want. You feel hands beginning to broach, slowly beginning to make contact.
I wish Trixie was strong in this moment. I just really want to know when he's actually going to show up. Does he show up?
One says, the
I assume
Lord
he knows
arrives.
that we're here with all the mirrors and such.
Of course, the Lord sees around every corner. He spies every portion of this palace, all the towers he sees whenever he wants. He knows this place like the back of his hand. To think, no matter what you do or where you go, he could see you if he wishes to. It might take a moment, but he knows where to look.
So if he's planning to come see us, we just wait and he'll get here eventually?
He knows you're present, and he knows if you're labored or not. I'm sure he'll pick his timing precisely, as he always has.
Do you guys already know who we are, me and my friends?
Of course, you are the Lord's guests.
What do you know about us?
Well, we know your name is Trixie.
I also
We
told
know
you that.
Yes, you did. You should tell us more. We're eager to learn about you, Trixie. It seems like you want the master. You can have him. If you can find him. The other one says you found 2 of him already, and they kind of have like a little laugh about it as they sip their wine.
Well, we're not looking for lookalikes, though.
Says, well, the master has many appointments, many guests he has in his tower. He arrives, I think, when he is ready to arrive. How to speed him along his way? You know,
You can always piss him off again, but that's probably not the best idea.
that would certainly be a way to summon him, but not one that is going to get you any favors.
No.
Do you know what he does like? What he does become intrigued of? Those who are not scared of their desires, and those who explore them. Perhaps if you indulge more than anyone else in this palace, you'll be forced to pay you attention.
But I wouldn't indulge in you guys. That's not what I want.
What do you want?
Just freedom.
Freedom. They look at each other with a slightly more like unsure of how to take that point in the conversation. You kind of stump them a little bit. One goes, freedom is it's not very real though, is it? No real thing is freedom. There's only how subtle your masters are. Are you free, do you think?
No, generally not. That's why I want it.
Well, if you can't have freedom, then sometimes perhaps it's best to pick the chains that you're in. You could pick your own bindings, your own cage. Until, of course, the master arrives. Looks at, like, the other one. The other one sort of, like, gets up,
and sort of meanders away. Goes and talks to others. The one that sort of remains says, "Well, what can I do to please you then? You want to be free? You want to talk to the master? How do we get you what you want?"
Well, I certainly don't think you can get me what I want. Not in the long term, at least.
What about in the short term?
Why don't you tell me about the people here? Is there anyone interested in this hall? What's the deal
Make
with
me
the people that you can't look at?
Make me a persuasion check.
This is why I don't do talking people. 15.
15, not bad. Sort of smiles as you sort of like extend a sort of olive branch of conversation, sort of, and they're like, okay, this I can help, this I can do, in a sort of way, and says, yes, of course I can tell you. Sort of puts his arm sort of on the back of the couch around you, not around you per se, but around the couch. Says, well, let's see. And he sort of doesn't look, but he sort of generally points towards them as they still sort of stand stalkingly in the corners and says, those creatures, you'll find them all over the palace. The Bodak. Dark creatures of annihilation and evil. They consume the life of all they look upon, and if they wish, disintegrate the bodies of those near them simply by wishing it. Very dangerous and always amuck in the palace. I suspect you've already figured it's best to not look them in the eye.
Yes.
But they are everywhere, here and there, all over the place. They are, you see, the Lord Grizzt, he keeps them in his palace as servants, a sort of mockery to one of his rivals who created them. And he'll start telling you about the other demons in the hall. He says, the one that just took your friend, the strong one, that is a rather medium-powered demon of some prominence. We'll tell you, that is known as a Bulgara, a powerful ape-like creature with many surprising talents. That over there, we'll talk about them. We'll say, look over the one that's got Tamlin all wrapped up, and say, that is a Merilith. It is probably the most authoritative demon in this hall, the one with the most power. They're the ones that arranged this little banquet for all of you. Did you know that Grizzt has 2 Merilith that he keeps with him at all times as personal ladies-in-waiting? They are his most trusted servants. He also keeps a host of Lamia with him. Have you ever seen a Lamia before?
Can't say I have.
Have you ever seen a centaur before?
Of course.
Imagine a centaur, but with the lower body of a lion, rather than a horse. You have seen these before. I believe you saw 2 of them in the... Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Says he does keep a host of Lamia close at hand as well, for indulgences, but also it's always smart for a lord to have his attaché. But these Lamia that he keeps with him, well, they're more powerful than any other Lamia, I assure you, you've ever met. You don't know how or why, but potent, strong.
Now, does everyone that gets an invitation come here, or
To this hall specifically.
are they all treated this way?
They are all treated differently, depending. If they have angered Lord Grizzt, well, they don't get quite the same reception. But if Lord Grizzt means for them to be entertained, of course, every indulgence is laid before. Gluttony, pointing to the table, lust, pointing to himself, whatever you please.
I don't have anything else to ask.
Was that?
I don't have anything else to ask. I'll just sit and watch, avoiding the eyes of the whatever they were called.
Yep. And let's see here. I would like Vivian to roll a wisdom saving throw and Tamlin to roll a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage. Let's get one from you as well, Trixie. Why not?
Is this a charmed?
Have advantage, yeah.
So I'll just straight roll.
No, it'll be an advantage for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have disadvantage.
22 at disadvantage.
Got it.
And this, sorry, wisdom?
Wisdom, yeah.
30.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. You do it.
15.
15. All of you have the power to decide how long you want to spend here and what you want to do while you're here. Vivian,
31.
Tamlin, and Jace will find yourselves wrapped up in various indulgences of the body, certain carnal excitements. And whatever you want, they'll indulge. Whether it's food you want, wine you want, more bodies in here, whatever you want, they will indulge. And it's up to you four, Trixie, who are allowed to decide how long you wish to spend in this hall of want.
Until I win.
Right.
Till I win.
I'm having a hard time coming up with a character reason why I would put an end to this.
All right, that's
Trixie
perfectly
is the only
acceptable.
one that hates it here, I think.
Trixie gets a letter delivered from a certain prince from the Feywild.
Oh god.
Doesn't quite reach here.
No!
Doesn't quite reach the abyss, unfortunately. Okay, Tamlin will just continue to indulge. Trixie will sort of be that sort of wallflower in the corner, a little like, guys. Brock's just in the corner going, like, this one Cambion's like, you're so big and strong, and he goes like, not as strong as the stubbornness you gotta have to stay in a place like this. And just, I don't know, and she's like, you're weird, and he goes, it's been a weird couple of years, and I don't know. What about Vivian and Jace? How long will you indulge for?
Until I win.
Okay, Jace is going for it, going for a high score. Maybe Tamlin and Jace just sort of like have like rivalry looks every now and then across the hall. Stop staring at me, bro.
It's terrible.
I can't look away.
Lock it in, bro. Lock it in.
Every time they lock eyes, like, he gets more aggressive.
Yeah, hold my hand, bro. Hold my hand.
We're right here, buddy. We're right here.
What about Vivian?
Oh. As he starts, at some point he's going to have to put her down, I would assume. So as he starts to, she's going to kind of touch his face.
Yeah.
And this is for color, so you're going to have to decide if it rolls or not. But using a combination of psionic stuff and like thaumaturgy to create sensations of like, if you've ever read about experiences of people who were rolling.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you want to give him a little trip.
That's what she's doing to him.
What?
And it's over when he's done.
Okay.
But I've got like I'm in his mind in addition to everywhere else.
This is
Got
wild.
Gosh,
The dog is right.
The dog, she's got that dog in her. So I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this? Vivian, your partner is mighty, to say the least. And you two, you know. So why don't we do this? Why don't we have a con save from the three of you to see how long you guys go for?
All right.
Who's got the most stamina?
Oh, well, that ain't gonna be me, but that's gonna be quite different than how I was talking.
21.
21.
Come on.
25.
Cállate!
25.
Hey, 18.
18. I got 18, 25.
21.
What'd you get,
21.
What'd you get, Vivian?
I got 25.
25. Jace, you found yourself like completely worn, to the point where like you're not paralyzed by exhaustion, but you feel like you're close to taking an exhaustion point. Like you're like she wore you out, and she's wants more, and you're like I can't.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay, I'll try. I'm kind of jelly right now. I know. Yeah.
I'll do you. I'll do you. Hold on.
She's invited some friends over.
Oh shit.
Yeah. You're done. You're done before anybody else. But you go for a while, but you're done before anyone else. Tamlin, fittingly, considering like the Marilith is who you're with, you're like, I don't even know how I had sex with her, but I know I did. And you're worn out too at some point where she's could squeeze the last drop of ecstasy out of you. And Vivian, despite the sheer size and monstrous strength of your companion, he's like, stop, please, woman. No more. And some people come over to like take over for him. And Vivian's certainly the indulgent victor of the day.
No, stop, please.
He came at me way too cocky.
I'm not the king of the jungle.
He came at me
It's
way
sensitive.
too cocky.
Yeah, he did. Like, it was probably great for the first little while, but he didn't match you in, size isn't everything, muscles isn't everything, and Vivian's an Arcfey, so she brought her own stuff to the party. Because Jace is fucking down and out, Tamlin is exhausted, Trixie is like in the corner. I'll say Trixie is like, it's going on, you're just kind of like, not into this, kind of don't want to really be here.
It's like that
you're not
friend
really...
that you're like, let's go to a party. We'll leave by 9, and it's now 1 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
And she's fucking pissed off.
You're still sitting there watching the clock.
Watching the clock, a little annoyed, a little awkward, not feeling great to be here. And I will say, like, as it becomes clear that there isn't going to be much convincing you, Trixie, like, the mood towards you very much changes in the hall, where it goes from like, oh, come here, yeah, let me rock your body, baby. It very much, as they begin to realize like they're not making any headway with you, it very much becomes like, not open violence or hostility, but it very much sort of glares and stink eye, and like, people here don't like you. And you get the sense the only thing that's saving you from like actual probable violence is the fact that you are one of Grizzt's guests in this hall.
So what is this, like anti-slut shaming? Like what's going on right now?
This is the hall of the Lord of Dark Indulgence. Yeah, if you're not indulging, this is like the opposite of a nunnery. This is like, if you ain't eating, fucking trying to acquire more magical power, something indulgent, we don't like you.
Get
like
thee to a hall of dark indulgence.
Dude, I'm just gonna stay on the term anti-slut shaming, because that's just...
This is the worst
crazy
place for Trixie to be.
This isn't even like sex positive, this is like sex aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't, we're gonna not like you.
Sex? You
Purity shaming.
She's getting taken to the worst places. Like the Feywild sucked for her, and then the Shadowfell sucked for her, and this sucked for her too. And I kind of hate it for her.
Trixie is everything pure in the universe,
and we are in the place of impurities, so to speak. Okay. Well, you know what? Why don't we lean into this a little bit? That Trixie is some of the... I'll say Trixie to the point where, like, around at this time where, like, Vivian's on a pile, like, standing victoriously on a pile of demonic bodies. You're sort of in the corner, like, looking around, like, starting to feel genuinely unsafe. You see these, like, monstrous centaurs, almost sort of like... You almost feel like a sort of... Like, they're trying to keep it subtle, but like a positioning in the hall. Very much like you feel this, like, air of violence around you. Like, people are violently mad at you after much time has gone by. At which point you sort of like start to like see in the mirrors, and very much like the interior of an elevator where it's like you see the same thing over and over and over again, you start to see those yellow eyes. You feel his approach. The door is open in the hall. Many of the demons sort of bow lowly. The closet sort of scamper away. And whoever you were taking indulgence from, Vivian, like even they keep repeating whatever you want to do, but sort of acknowledge the entrance of this larger, darker figure, sort of seemingly drawn here. You see the Lord Grizzt enter this hall of indulgence, and all the demons sort of scatter, avert their eyes lower. And he sort of stands there and looks down the hall at you, Vivian, with a smile, and says, "Enjoying the night."
Well, your entertainment is legendary.
I'm glad to see my disciples haven't disappointed, for the most part.
And he looks over at Trixie, sort of like looks away. Begins to make his way down the long hall, stepping over Tamlin's exhausted body. Sort of grabbing sort of a glass of wine from the side of the table, up to sort of the edge of the bed, as there's somehow a bed got into this hall. I don't know how. And he sort of, at his full height, looks at you and says, "Dreamweaver, I've heard of you, tales of your prowess in the hall. I did not know that you did more than simply allow dreams. I did not know that you made dreams come true."
I like to keep a few secrets.
Pastimes, very nice. Well, you found your way into my hall. Certainly your friends have indulged to the last drop of their ability. Jason Hamilton just fucking incapacitated all of Laura.
He's like a shriveled husk of what he once was.
Yeah, these succubus sort of.
We should.
I will. Yeah,
They
offer
sucked
him
you, miss.
water, maybe an IV.
Right. Water.
Cold,
Water!
cold
SpongeBob.
compress.
What do you
There
think,
are
Shell City?
worse ways to die. So, you've come.
Indeed.
I wonder why.
You're invited.
Oh, yes, of course. You were invited to my palace, and I hope it is not disappointed. But I do wonder what you're doing in the abyss. What you're doing in my slice of the endless maze.
There's a paladin running amok with a sword. We're trying to find her and bring her home.
Ah! Dark skin, pointed ears, red eyes, a glorious sword. I'm sorry to say she did not meet such frivolities as you did when she entered my hall.
No. She's quite driven by the sword.
She is an interesting specimen, and an old friend of your ladyship, who I am sure you know I entertain presently. I would ask, in my position, what am I to do with this Isolde woman, one who is so singularly focused that she doesn't know how to have any fun? What do I do with such a woman?
Take her sword away.
Take her sword away. But she likes it so much. In fact, it's the only thing she seems willing to indulge in.
The sword and the Shadowfell have made her sick.
There are things here that might just make her even more sick. What do I care if she's sick?
Her sickness makes her glorious. Her obsession. Is obsession not indulgence in itself? I think it is.
You're
And I
asking about
love...
indulging her more. I was brainstorming.
Brainstorming. Take her sword away. Why would I take her sword away? Why would you make such a suggestion? Surely not a selfish reason.
Honestly, because the sword is controlling her. If you want to change her, separate her from the sword. If you like her the way she is, then don't separate her from the sword.
Take away her sword and make her have a little fun to get it back. I like this way of thinking. Who here is still standing? He looks around the corpses of, not corpses, but exhausted bodies. Please, I do it.
I'm the guy.
He points to one of the Marilith and he says, "You," and he sort of caresses her chin with his thumb and says, "Go make it so. Take her sword from her and tell her she may have it back if she's willing to indulge the way I want." The Marilith sort of bows slowly and says, "As you say," and sort of disappears down the hall. That's one thing solved. I wonder, should I give similar treatment to your companion? The one who stands so meagerly in the corner.
I tread cautiously when giving relationship advice to anyone, but I can tell you that she's one of Sibylla's favorite individuals. And
Sibylla.
probably makes Sibylla really upset. Trixie was hurt. Besides,
Are you even sure that Sibylla's still here?
I'm not sure that she was ever here. To be quite honest with you. I know that you had invited her. There were plans, but at no time has she told me or confirmed that she was here or not.
You missed my meaning entirely, dear. Physically, yes, of course, the women you know as Sibylla is here, but I wonder, is the Archfey you love so much still here? She's spending time back on hallowed grounds. Back with me. In this darkness. And the reason I like her so much, well, Igwolf loved more. I wonder if Sibylla's even left, and if Igwolf has returned. What do you think? Should we go see?
Yes.
He looks over at Trixie and says, "I'm wondering if I should allow you to come along. I would bring these two, but they seem to be quite in need of, well, water. You, I wonder. Give me a good reason why I should take you on a field trip. You who have failed so spectacularly." Not you, you did beautiful.
Perhaps the people in your hall failed because they weren't able to give me what I wanted.
Make me a deception or persuasion check, it's your choice.
Oh, come on, they're
Oh, that
both
was
bad.
sexy.
That was good.
They're both really bad. They're the same. I get no modifier.
I almost did a really inappropriate moan to that, but
Not good. It's not good. It's a 9.
Take advantage. That was really good. That was a great line. For actual RP
It's a 9.
God damn it.
what?
I say the right things. I roll shit every time.
I give her the last bit of inspiration that I have in my body, and it's not a lot.
You give her inspiration?
Yes.
Okay, take it. Give me one more roll. Come on, beat a
Okay,
10.
tell me which dice am I rolling? The blue one or the dark purple one?
Dark purple.
17.
All right.
Hey! He looks at you, Trixie, with a raised eyebrow, and goes, "Oh, you're telling me that nothing in this hall sparked your desire? That my demons failed you so spectacularly that nothing intrigued you?"
Well, that sword that Isolde has wasn't in the room. I would have liked that.
You make a fine point. If my servants weren't able to coax you into some kind of desire, then I do owe you something you wish, I would say. Very well. You can come along, Triswin.
The bear can stay. He's too depressed. He will cast teleport on Trixie and Vivian, and they will disappear through the hall. As they disappear, you two are very tired. I'll tell you what. You guys are obviously a little naked, and I'll tell you what. Take a level of exhaustion. Sure, take a level of exhaustion. This is nothing if not the definition of exhausting.
You were prepared for that exhaustion.
Yep, you earned. You
Earned that
you know
exhaustion.
What? Yeah, you earned that exhaustion.
Can I at least pull a little bit of snake tail over top of me?
Snake tail, yeah. As they exit the hall and you two are sort of like laying there, maybe like struggling to get up because you notice your friends have been taken by a demon lord, willingly or not. You guys find yourselves on the ground. You say, like, a couple of beautiful women go shh, 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 sort of like laying, sort of nude alongside you, leathery wings, beautiful faces, and they go, "There's no need for you to go anywhere." And they will sort of like start kissing you and, you know, doing all that stuff. But you will note that as they are doing this, let me get a con save from the both of you.
I don't have any more to give.
You stay here forever and you die happy.
Natural 1.
Oh.
Ooh, a natural 17.
All right. Tamlin, you're going to take 38 points of psychic damage.
Oh!
Jace, you're going to take...
That's probably how it sounds.
You're going to take 9 points of psychic damage.
Is that accounting for the reduction?
That is accounting for all your reductions and the fact that you saved. These will also be reduced from your hit point maximums. And as you lay there in the throes of these beautiful women, you'll notice that their lust is draining you of your life and power. And we'll come back to that, I'm sure.
I'm not charmed. I made my save.
You did make your save. I am making a special exception because you're doing what succubus do. And hey, you're not under the oh, I guess you are willing creatures technically. But we'll come back to that in a moment. So I'm sure you won't be willing for much longer. But anyway, Vivian and Trixie, you sort of appear through the hall to where you see sort of Isolde standing in a room, and she sort of averts her eyes to the ground as she sees you guys all appear with Grizzt, sort of cautiously, as this is clearly a being of great power. She'll say, "Lord Grizzt, I thank you for your presence. It's because I've heard you've been quite bad, Isolde. You don't want what I have to give, and this does not please me. Doesn't please me at all. I'm more than happy to force what I have to give on you if I must." She says, I come for something. You wish for me to indulge, and I would indulge in blood." He goes, "Oh. I hear you like your sword, and you wish to indulge in blood." She goes, "Yes." "How badly?" She goes, "More than anything." Kind of like looks at you, Vivian, back at her and goes, "See, you, my dear,
you took marvelously, but this one has conviction. I can't find a reason why I shouldn't indulge her fancy. There's something about the look in her eye she wants so badly.
Yes, she wants to kill the caller. Perhaps you know this individual?
Oh yes, the collar. Igwolf's favorite plaything back in the day. Well, not favorite. Well, I might claim that title. But in the meantime, should we have ourselves a reunion? Let's really have some fun, I think. Isolde, you wish to see the beast that ruined everything for you, yes? She says, more than anything. You wish to kill it? Yes, more than anything. Would you like to see the woman who set her upon you and your friends? Just what? What do you mean? Just, you never thought there wasn't some greater intention behind all of your misery? There wasn't a reason that those Fae come to your carnival? You thought the collar was the source of everything? Targeted you for no good reason? No, you evoked the ire of someone far more powerful. Would you like to meet both today? She sort of puts her hand on her sword and she looks with absolute conviction and says, yes, I'll do anything. He goes, yes, good. Very well, you shall. Why don't you two come along? See what I've made of your mistress. You cast teleport again. You disappear through the hall. And you guys are going to see... Ooh, where am I planting you? I gotta go find... Through all of these towers where I've laid that board. Trixie, I want you to make me a special check, please. You who is the most connected with nature around here. As you feel all these things coming about, you feel... How do I say it? Well, let's roll the check. I want you to roll me an insight check.
Not great. 12.
12? That's fine, that's fine.
My passive insight is better than that.
Gotcha. 12. I won't say more other than you're certain... In this moment, you feel sort of nature's breath as if you're close to something. You feel that you're close to the culmination of something. But you also... Something in the primeval, something in the power of nature, something that knows more than you. Within that sort of overarching, mysterious power that is the power of nature. You've missed something. You've all missed something about your objective here. More than that, I will not say. You appear in the hall, the two of you, with, where are we? Vivian, you appear. And Trixie, you appear. So does Isolde. As you appear, you see in this room still more mirrors all about here and there. You see two Marilith at the back of the room that are far more decorated. You get the sense these are the guard that you were talked about. There are windows that sort of picture out over the massive landscape that is Azagrat. And you see Zybilna in the room as well. She's looking into a mirror, a very splendid mirror. One that is differently decorated in the frame than any other. And then Grizzt snaps his fingers. You see a creature falls to the ground, but only about half a creature. You see a succubus, the face of the woman you saw before on the train, one horn peeling off half of her face, only half the flesh on her face actually appeared.
only about this much of her upper body appeared, naked, so one breast out, but screaming in pain. As her body burns, as it begins to sort of reconstitute from the demonic energy here and there and about, this just half of this succubus creature just sort of screeching on the ground as her body is painfully reconstituted. And Grizzt goes, "There's your caller. And there's the one who summoned her." Zybilna turns around, sort of looks at you all, Vivian and Trixie, with a look of almost shock, but in a way that is almost like a child trying to hide something, almost like got caught doing something wrong a little bit, but not quite so intensely as I just did it. I looks at you both of like a was caught in the middle of doing something wrong. And that body lays on the ground. Says, "Well, there you are, Isolde." The caller, reconstituting, it'll take a long time. She lays defenseless on the ground. "Why don't we start there?" Isolde says, sort of looks with precision and says gladly. She draws her red blade and begins to move across the floor towards the caller. The half-built creature that is the caller looks up and goes, "No, wait, Lord Grizzt, please, I can be valuable to you." The blade comes down and cuts her head off, and it falls to the ground. The smoky essence that was reconstituting the caller fades, and this demon lies dead permanently. You see around her neck a demonic amulet that shatters and falls to the ground beside her. Isolde stands over the body, sort of acknowledging the death of the caller. She's done it. She's taken her vengeance. Or so she thought.
I'm gonna move towards Zybilna or Igwolf, whoever's here, or wherever she is right now.
Move towards
kind of in between
Zybilna.
Her and Isolde.
Got it. You kind of like impose a little bit.
Yeah.
I gotcha. You see Zybilna's robes. You see the color of their robes, though they were gray, they're darkening. Near black, almost. And she looks at you, Trixie, and says, "You've brought Isolde here. Why did you bring Isolde here?"
We did not bring her here. She came here. We were following her.
Do you know, is the sword the part of the prophecy? Is this why you've come? Is this prophecy going to be solved or not?
Don't know.
You don't know. She looks at you with sort of like this sort of like annoyed glare that she's never really given you before. There's more of like an intensity to her, sort of a almost like that emotion's a little more bottled up than it used to be. He goes, "Well, are you close at least?" The sword?
The sword is right over there.
You believe that I was right, that this is part of the prophecy, the sword. We must take it. Is that what you think the prophecy dictates?
Trixie's not liking this, whatever this is.
Pin.
You're not usually unsure of yourself. What's going on?
She sort of like looks into the mirror and says, "Triswin, you and Brock once told me to call on all my powers. And here I am trying to retrieve the treaties, and I will retrieve the treaties, but I turned my back on who I once was once.
is kindness, is the love of the little folk. Have I fooled myself into believing that this is the true source of power? Because, as I had recalled once in my life, power is power. Perhaps Zybilna was just me running away from myself.
Power is power. Yeah.
Did you have
course.
an entire kingdom as a goal?
And here's the thing, Triswin. For all the staying of my hand I've done, I've built Prismere to protect those who might deserve my comfort, but I've been focusing on kindness and emotion. What has that gotten us, really? We're here trying to solve a prophecy to bring the Feywild under our control. It's the only way. I'm just starting to realize that perhaps I've been quite a fool. As you say, Vivian, power is power.
How you use it is everything. Not everything requires a hammer, you know this.
We're at war with a strong enemy, Vivian. Sometimes a hammer is what you need.
I brought down a pile of demons with a touch of smart.
Is Grizzt in this room?
He is, and he's just sort of like watching the scene with just like deep interest.
I'm gonna look at him, and this isn't much of a reunion without Jace, Tam, and Brock. Why aren't we all here? Wouldn't that be more entertaining for you?
Would be more of a reunion.
He looks to Zybilna and say, "Is that what you want, my love? All your servants here?" And she goes, yes, I think that is what I would need right now. I've put so much faith in them so far, I should continue to still. And he goes, very well. With a snap of his finger, it's Hamlin and Jace, you're like, under these women. And you guys are pulled forth, re-equipped, but equally damaged as you sort of fumble into the room, and you see the scene before you.
Okay.
Isolde standing over the body of the dead caller. Zybilna seemingly like her eyes kind of whipping around the room. There's almost like a tenseness to her. There's an air of intensity in this room. You've stumbled upon quite a scene.
Okay, good. Because Trixie and Vivian did not have the fucking sapphire with them.
Oh. It is good.
Tamlin.
We're having a reunion.
I wonder, Tamlin, I'd ask you. You hate the Summer Queen.
I do.
You wish to see her destroyed?
I wish to see her hurt.
And how have you gone about that?
So far, I have not.
How have you gone about preparing for that?
I think about it nightly. I will, at some point, take something from her that she loves.
I see more than that. I see a man who has risen himself to such power, to such vengeance, to such conviction that nothing will stop him from what he wishes to gain.
His eyebrows kind of raised, and his for a minute the the spirits of vengeance kind of flare around him a little bit. He doesn't really say anything.
And what of you, J. Silverlaw? What of you, my servant? How do you propose we end this threat to the Feywild? Should we put our faith in kindness and simple pleasures and simple kindnesses, or should we bring a hammer to the war? Of my indulgences and interests and wishes to the simple folk and kindnesses to the common man been frivolities, weaknesses in waiting, running from my own strength? You're muted.
This is Zabilna asking?
Yeah.
Okay. Zabilna. And he'll walk closer.
A little shriveled.
Tenderly.
Say what? Oh.
Tenderly.
He'll say, Zabilna, the good you have done in the Feywild and plains beyond can only be attributed to your change of heart. For instead of stepping on them, you grant them their greatest desires. You are a woman of ungodly patience.
You think me patient. You think me, when you look at me, you see a woman. That is what you see when you look at me, J. Silverlaw. Perhaps you do not understand.
I see a being that is kind and compassionate, that is willing to care, which is more than most deities can come with.
And has it not been a waste? A waste of everyone's time?
No. Because that kindness that you have in your heart, and then he'll put his hand on her chest. No one can take that from you, and you have always had it. You are better than to frivolously show your power to crush people because they don't believe in how powerful you are. Your power lies within your ability to know and to give. That lets them know.
Make a persuasion check.
That'll be a 24.
24. She looks at you
and he looks like he's about to like cry at the thought of her not being who he knows her to be.
she sort of like looks at you thoughtfully, and you see like that sort of like this strange sort of appearance on her face, this sort of intensity of consideration of power over kindness. You see sort of that look of Zybilna begin to sort of return. That sort of like appearance that isn't scared of emotion. Kind of begins to sort of, the tenseness in her body begins to soften a little bit. Kindness.
Love is the most powerful thing any being can exude.
I used to think emotion and kindness were weakness. The lines begin to blur and we'll find ourselves at war. I do not. Looks at you, looks past you, to... Who's she gonna look to? Tristan. Remind me, if you can, Trixie. How are these things strengths? How does kindness and emotion have more power than just power? Anyone, if not Trixie, Vivian, Tamlin.
It is true that I do want vengeance. However, it's not vengeance for the sake of conquering or for the sake of fame or success or power. It's vengeance for a lost love. There is a difference in the motivation between that for glory and that for purity.
I wonder, you wish to take this vengeance for a woman, for something you lost. You could go back. If you could have that power that you needed to protect her, would you not take it?
If I could go back, I would.
Then perhaps I am standing here at the precipice of the defeat of Prismere. The Unsele court maddened on one side of me, the Sele court looking at me with eager eyes on the other, and an army of Iron Fays set upon my front door on the other. When has kindness failed? When should I decide to save what I love?
What do you love? What do you want? Without Prismere, without anything, what does Zybilna want? Fuck all of it. You are an Archfey.
Grizzt says, yes. Igwilv, what do you want? What do you desire deep in your heart? Behind the veil of lies, what is it that you deeply, deeply want? I know you well. She thinks to herself. He looks at you. Make me a persuasion check, Vivian.
Natural 19. And this is a good skill for me. Give me a second.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Plus 10, 29.
29? That's pretty good.
And that's when I'll cast the spell and just start throwing every dream come true. Oh, and subtle spell. I'm going to use the point.
Sure.
Every dream come true, every dark turned light because of a kindness in the history of my dreams.
I want you to re-roll Oh, you rolled a natural 19, so never mind, forget it. Yeah, sure, why not? Throw another dice just in case you roll a nat 20. I was going to give you advantage, so might as well.
That was 16, which would have been a 26, unfortunately.
It's okay, no problem. Big Wolf thinks. She goes, I want a home. I want a home where I am free, people bowing on my door. I want a home free from my enemies. Have wanted this rebirth. Prismeer is my home now. I want Prismeer to be safe. And all of its people within trust me with their safety and lives. This is what I want. Grizzt goes, do not listen to such frivolities, Ilma. You are not she. It is just another mask, Tasha. You are the Witch Queen. You are Igwald. I remember how you brought armies to their knees. You brought kingdoms to ash and ruin.
She also chose to be Zybilna. She also chose to create Prismeer. She chose that. Without your influence.
Since when does an Archfey allow herself to be manipulated? Make
That
your
kind
own
of strikes.
decisions. Another persuasion check?
She goes, no, she goes, I am making my own decisions.
It was less
I'm
angry
drawing
than
counsel
him.
from where I am drawing counsel from where I see fit. You hear the voice of Isolde finally. And she sort of like looks past you, Trixie, sort of a hand tightly holding that sword, looking at Zybilna and saying, she says, you're the one who sent the caller. Zybilna sort of like looks over your shoulder, Trixie, and you see her face sort of soften as she looks into the eyes of one of the victims of Igwolf. She goes, tilts her head in a way that's almost like, okay, let's see where this goes. Let's see if this is the way. Yes. Isolde sort of retracts, surprised. She goes, why? Why would you do that to me and my friends? You see tears begin to streak down Isolde's face. And Zybilna sort of looks shocked at this, and you can see the sort of flood of emotion. She says, this was early when I came to the Feywild. You're a great paladin, Isolde. You slew dragons and monsters and creatures who threatened the Feywild. The unfortunate truth is that some of the things that you slew I needed help from. You slew demons under my command. And this would not do. Isolde says, then what is all this bullshit about kindness? You killed my friends!
I'm gonna move to a defensive position between Isolde and Zybilna.
She looks at you, Tamlin, with anger. She says, I thought you were all about vengeance. I think I'm owed some vengeance.
I stand in the way as well.
I have a debt to repay.
So, Tamlin.
Yep.
We need to do something about you real quick. I found this new mechanic that I very like, and I'm perfectly happy to explain it eventually, but for now, my friend, I want you to trade, or I want you to take note somewhere in this moment as you sort of stand in the way of vengeance. The spell Hunter's Mark that is always prepared for you.
Yeah.
Swap. You no longer have access to it. You now
Okay.
have access to the spell Inflict Wounds instead.
Inflict wounds. Okay.
You feel this change. She sort of like looks past you, still at Zybilna, sort of just angry, just betrayed. She says, and Zybilna sort of speaks up. She goes, I tried to quell your sorrows. I gave you the carnival. I gave you the carnival to help mend your broken heart. I didn't want to have to do what I did, but you stood in the way of my plans to be better. And I tried to make up for it. When you work for the carnival, I made sure of it. That your desire would come true, that you wouldn't feel such grief any longer. But then that sword came to you. She looks at the sword, says it ignited your passions. And even it had more power than I did. So I made you forget. Said, and you, the Litwit market, that's you as well? She goes, yes. Will says, you ruined my life. You killed my friends. You threw me here and there like a plaything. You used me. And you cast your spells on me over and over again to make yourself feel better? You're not... These people? They're deluded. You don't know any kindness. You are evil. You're fucking evil, and I will kill you. Zybilna just sort of like... For once, you see Zybilna at a loss for words, uncertain of how to quell Isolde's rage, uncertain of what to say. You see Isolde very much like, she knows she can't get through the line of all of you, but she stands there with this look of like, just outrage that she's being denied vengeance again, and that she's, and what has been done to her for so silly a thing. You can almost feel Isolde's anger burning, the blade glows as bright as it ever has.
Isolde, you must find it in your heart to find forgiveness.
Why would I forgive her? If she killed all of your friends, would you forgive her?
No.
No.
So then why do I have to forgive her? Why shouldn't I have the right to kill her?
Because when people do things under the guise of in this case projecting an image or furthering an idea, they do not always make the most thoughtful decisions. And she has tried to repent time and time again, even struggling now to deal with the actions of her past self.
repent to me, to the edge of my blade, I'll give her forgiveness. But I get her head in exchange.
Why doesn't she just forgive you? Here, or, sorry. Why don't... What if she were to, right now, beg for forgiveness from you?
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, inspiration. And that's the wrong modifier.
You used your inspiration. You gave it to Trixie.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ah.
And just to solidify it, because I think I was kind of speed reading, but the story that Zybilna basically explains here is that she, she sent the caller to corrupt and slay all of her companions, and then sort of came to her and tried to quell her thirst for vengeance and her anger by giving her the carnival. And for a while it worked until the relationship between the two of them soured. And then when Isolde desired to leave the carnival, Zybilna sort of used her magic to force her to wish to stay with the carnival.
So
then,
like a deal was made between the two of them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So I'll tell you what, Zybilna sort of starts talking and says, Isolde, I tried to turn a new leaf. After your friends were slain, I knew I had done wrong by you. That's why I gave you the carnival, and you must admit, you were alone, and you were bitter, and you were vulnerable, and I gave you something to bring you comfort, and you wished to turn your back on it, and you wouldn't listen to me. So I made you stay. I think you have to understand, it was not of your own will, but it was the best thing for you. Which Isolde would say, you just kept pushing me left and right. And what is your roll, Jace?
With the other modifier, because I rolled the wrong thing. That'll be a 10.
10 persuasion. She says, apologize? What would that accomplish? My friends are still dead. Still slaughtered. I've still spent years dallying around a carnival because my free will was taken from me. Thirsting for vengeance for every second of every day. Wanting, not knowing it was her. Tricking me. Go ahead.
So, all of these things are true. And yet, they've all been done. None of that can be changed now. From here, we can move on. We know now what's happened. We know who you are and who Zybilna is. Separate yourself from the blade. Vaughn, from the carnival if you wish. Let's be finished with this.
Persuasion check.
Yep. $20. On top of this, Tamlin, with every step you take against someone seeking their restitution, to slay someone who's done them wickedness, done them great evil in the past, your spell Bane will be swapped for the spell Hellish Rebuke. Okay.
But she looks at you as you seem to start to get through. And she says, I want to be done with this so bad, this anguish, this thirst, this want. I want to be free. And I could be free today. I killed the caller, but it means nothing while she's alive. You see, though, that your words are beginning to sort of weigh on her. You see her sort of like tense, ready to kill posture is almost seemingly becoming more heavy, like your words are sort of
beginning to weigh her. They're beginning to sort of weigh against what she wants.
You don't need this anymore. Don't continue to let her have this power over you. Move on.
Please. Just let me kill her. She deserves it.
You asked us earlier if we would forgive her. I knew
Yes.
what she had done in her past. But Archfays, they live so long. They live numerous lifetimes. So I did forgive her for the things that she did in her past, because it's almost like it is a different person.
Make a persuasion check.
That's why I haven't been talking this whole time.
I will also put out there, Trixie, before you make a persuasion check, your connection to nature. That primeval force, and you will feel it as well now, Jace. You more intensely, though, Trixie. You just feel sort of the essence of the thing, Jace, but Trixie, you feel that feeling that you had missed something. You feel like it's starting to align in the right direction. You feel something is changing in the wind. Make your persuasion check, and you may make it at advantage.
Okay. 14. It was
14.
almost a natural 20, and then it...
She is another person. She kind of blinks a couple times. Zybilna will sort of put her hand on whoever's most in front of her. We'll say Tamlin. She'll sort of step in front of the line. She'll say, Isolde, you may very well have been the last victim of Igwald the Witch Queen. I admit this. I did wrong, such wrong by you. I was trying to be better. And with you in the way, I felt it was hard to do better, so why not one last evil? The moment I did it, I knew I did wrong, and I know this is no consolation. But I have reshaped Prismere, my world, and everything I did to you afterward, I promise it was to try and somehow mend the evil that was done to you, and I thought if I could just mend what was done to you, perhaps I could redeem what was done to me, or what I had done. I am sorry. And I would take it back if I could. Zybilna sort of like lowers her hands and she says, I have lived a very dark life. I was raised by a very evil, conniving woman. And I fell in love with the most dangerously indulgent creature these worlds have to know. And I became a menace such as that I let kingdoms fall upon my whim. And if there's one thing I know about the darkness inside your heart, is that there is no amount of blood that will satisfy you. I do not say this to save my life. I say this because what my friends, I think, say is true. Take my life now, but you will mourn forever. This darkness will not leave you unless you leave it. She sort of steps forward, and the tip of Nepenthe, the red blade, sort of pokes into her chest. And she looks Isolde in the eye. And Isolde, sort of, you see her body tighten again, her teeth grit, her eyes sort of go red. She looks at Isolde, or looks at Zybilna. Zybilna says, Igwolf the Witch Queen is dead. And Isolde sort of like looks around, confused, angry, almost shakingly angry. Isabella will say, "What was done to you killed her." Isolde brings the blade up above her head and just sort of lets out like a harrowing scream through the hall, thinking to bring the blade down upon Zabilna's head. Going to make a roll. You guys have made some pretty decent persuasions. She raised the blade above her head, tears streaming down her eyes, sort of like, just like wanting to swing the blade with everything, but something holding her back. You see the blade red and intense, and Vivian, you feel sort of this psionic. Oh, yeah, sure, you've got some psionic power hitting the room. Jace, you do as well, because you're just a gith. You feel this almost psionic feedback. You imagine the voice inside of Isolde's head must be crippling right now, as you both sort of feel this like psychic energy from the blade, as it's surely beckoning her to take the blood that she deserves.
Shut up,
Above her head, sort of above her head, she's going to swing the blade. She sort of, the fingers sort of loosen the blade to the ground behind her. And Isolde sort of falls to her knees and just lets out this like harrowing, pained, awful, horrible scream. And then just sort of lowers her head exhausted. And Grizzt goes, have to do everything myself. He speaks an incantation.
Anybody got counterspell?
Yes, I do.
Do you use it?
Yeah.
I sent you a message, Ryan. Is that the kind of nature thing that I was getting?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right.
So in a moment, you see Zabilna distracted. He puts his hand up, pointing his finger at Zabilna. It says an incantation. Vivian turns around and counterspells, and you see, as that magic zips through the air, it is cut by Grizzt as he casts his own counterspell. Magic fires across the room. Zabilna, in this moment, is sort of taken by the power of Grizzt and sort of begins to shake her head away. And Grizzt says, "Kill her. Become Igwolf." There is a flash of power that sort of plumes through the room in this moment. Suddenly bursting through all of the windows, shattering the glass, 100,000 million red, yellow, and green leaves fly through the window as if the power of autumn itself fires through the window, encapsulating everyone, blinding everyone to everything going wrong. All of you find yourself trying to reach for your friend, trying to guard your face as these razors of leaves fly around. After a second, everyone is sort of stunned, including Grizzt and Zabilna themselves, to see sort of forming into the middle of the room, all of these leaves culminate into something. You see a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful cloak. A mantle begin to form out of autumn leaves. Red turning to yellow, turning to green, clasped in the center by what seems to be a demon head, this sort of small but ferocious antagonization of autumn itself. But this power radiates from this artifact, this mantle of autumn leaves in the center of the room. What is everyone doing?
I
Yep.
feel like
The
we're
mantle
shot, dude.
is generally standing in the center of the room. It's on Zybilna. It's on the floor.
It's just
I'm sorry.
floating in the center of the room. So I'll say like all of you are blown in your different directions, including Zybilna, including Grizzt. My more passive perceptive people will note that Zybilna and Grizett's eyes are sort of circling around the room in a little bit of like a standoff kind of way. But yes, it floats in the center of the room.
I'm gonna try to go for it.
You go for it.
Yeah.
I want to cross towards Zybilna.
Roll me an initiative, Trixie. See if you get there first.
Probably not. Nope. 8.
Okay. You go for it, but before anything can happen, Grizzt sort of grabs it in his hand. The cloak just sort of falls into his hand and he grabs it. Zybilna just sort of shouts, "The gem!"
Tamlin's got the gem.
Tamlin's got it.
You're muted.
Muted.
That's right. I do have the gem. All right.
Okay, you throw it.
Pull out the gem. Yeah. Throw it to Zybilna. Yes.
So, in this sort of like end of Pirates of the Caribbean, where like someone's grabbing the pistol and someone's grabbing like all these things are sort of coming together at the very last second. Grizzt grabs the thing. You're not quite there fast enough. Zybilna grabs the sapphire out of the air. Isolde grabs her sword. All of you are sort of like moving your own motions until you find yourself in this final standoff motion. Grizzt turns around to Zybilna, who's holding the sapphire in front of her, almost at Grizzt, and he goes, "What are you offering that to me?" He goes, "No." She crushes it in her hands. The sapphires sort of disintegrate off and across and around her hands, and she opens her hand, and she's holding an amulet with the face of Grizzt on it. Grizzt sort of narrows his eyes at her. He says, "A little insurance, lover." He says, "Give Trixie the mantle." Grizzt sort of drops it into your hand, this thick, beautiful mantle of autumn leaves.
Step back.
Step back. She says, "I will take the treaties of Azagrat now." You see a slight twitch in his face as he's been outplayed. Snaps his fingers, and you see these, about 3 very dense, sort of clipped together books sort of form in his hand. More sort of bound together pages, but nonetheless, these old parchment treaties of demonic lore, no doubt. Zybilna says, she looks to who's close. Vivian, you're close to Zybilna. We'll say Jace, because Tamlin's across the room through the thing. He says, "Hand the treaties to Silverlone." He hands you these pages, Jace. You look down, you see all this abyssal writing across it. She says, "Now, here's what's going to happen." She steps closer. She actually puts it... No, she'll keep it. She's the one with legendary actions. She doesn't want to be caught off guard. She sort of brings her hand over here, and she sort of like puts her hand on Grizett's cheek like this, her little hand across his large demon head, and says, "This is what's going to happen. Me, Isolde, the Knights of the Scorched Earth, are leaving your abyss now. And you will not follow." He goes, "Wherever you go, I'll never be far behind, it will." She goes, "Oh, you beautiful, foolish demon. Igwulf is gone. The woman you love is dead. You will remain here for a year and a day." His eyes narrow and he goes, "No." Before he can say anything, her hand ignites in Fey fire, and the amulet shatters, and he sort of retracts and grabs his chest. and you see immediately sort of like a wash of like physical magical power across his chest, and he sort of grips himself in pain. And she's going to plane shift whoever's within 10 feet of her, which I'm going to say is Isolde and Vivian. She looks at you, Trixie, before she does, of like, can you do it? I didn't prepare it today.
Yes, I did. I have it.
Yay! So you guys, he just sort of like a nod as she shatters it, and he goes, nah! And as he says no, his hand forming as this waving blade of acid, he goes to swing right for Zybilna's head before she vanishes with Vivian and Isolde.
Yeah,
And then he,
as soon as like I know what's going on, I'm running to the other guys and.
Yep. He smashes into the ground. He sees that you are all that's left. He turns around to swing at you, Trixie, with a legendary action. We're gonna see if he gets one in.
Probably.
Yeah, with a third over a huge amount. He hits you.
Okay.
That's gonna be 19 force damage, 17 acid damage, as he slashes across your chest, and then the plane shift goes off, I imagine.
Barely did any damage because I had all those temporary hit points.
Hell yeah. We'll say in this moment, Tamlin just sort of very heroically that'll be the sort of, he'll just like put the shield in the way, and you guys get it the fuck out of there. And you guys vanish all the way back to Prismere.
Glad
And
I
with
got
that-
clues before it was revealed.
That's right. And with that, we will bring our session to a close.
Oh, that was cool.
You guys have completed the one of 4 sections of the Prophecy of Autumn. You have obtained...
Wasn't about the sword.
It wasn't about the sword, no. It was about... If you look back at the actual prophecy, it says, in its falling majesty, seeks atonement for past travesty. It was the atonement that was required to complete the prophecy.
Like it.
Riddling for its careless fancy, deepening its corrupt fantasy. So all of this about the corruption of Zybilna needed to be prevented, and the atonement of Zybilna needed to be achieved as well. And you did all of those things. This could have gone very differently. There was a very real possibility that Isolde was going to stab Zybilna in the chest, but before she did, Grizzt was going to like cut her fucking arm off, and then that would have sort of sealed Zybilna's fate as Igwolf, the Witch Queen, in sort of her anger and despair. But you guys saved Zybilna from the corruption of the Demon Lord. You have retrieved an artifact of substantial power, which you may add to your inventory, Trixie. It is, I'm going to go double check what it's called, but I believe it's called the Mantle of Autumn Leaves. And yes, Tamlin, please remember your spell changes as you feel power and connection to your oath waning. Yep, Mantle of Autumn's Leaves.
Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
Did you ever make that feat for me?
Oh, fuck. I'll make it. Tell me about it again. I'm gonna put it on my official to-do list here.
It was like a, I don't know, a fucking boon of protection or some shit, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was like a plus, no. Fuck. I can't.
Oh, yo, I know
There's a
it is.
+1 to AC and saving throws, I think. Wasn't that it?
Was it both?
It was both. I'm gonna make it right now. Ah, fuck. I fucked up.
don't even know how to feel after that.
So much fun. I'm happy.
I'm glad you guys liked it.
Yeah, that
I was trying really hard not to say too much during all of that because my rolls are so bad for persuasion.
Oh, no, you gotta say it anyway.
I
I
just get
did
to a point-
eventually.
I just get to a point where it's like, you know, my persuasion ain't that good, but I know I got good words to say. Damn it.
Yeah, it's about the story, you know? The dice tell the story as much as your words.
Well, at the beginning, like all you guys were like, "No, I wouldn't forgive her." And I'm like, Trixie's already like had this thought process, and she would, but I'm like, I'm not gonna say that.
Mm.
Which I eventually did, but
I rolled, I basically came down to like a final roll to see if Isolde was going to be able to forgive. I rolled a nat 20. So, the answer was yes.
Damn.
Also,
No, that was. I mean, that was cool. And Grizzt is such a dick.
Yeah.
I know I love him. I love him so much.
And Vivian was absolutely wondering, I wonder if I could drop him the way I dropped the other demons.
I could drop him if I drop the other maybe. He's on another level though, man, let me tell you. He ain't no pushover.
In the show Shoresy, they use the phrase "take down." You can take it. You can take him down, Viv.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot.
And your feat is made. Jace. It should be in the feat. It's called Zybilna's Boon, Jace. And it has your protection feat there. And you have something else. You got something else.
Yeah, I've got another one that does shit.
Whoo! That was a bit of a session.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like one of the last boons that I got, it was you said it would be the same as Blessing of Protection item. I just gave myself the item, but it's using one of the attunement slots. But
Absolutely.
I didn't know how else to do it.
No worries.
I went in I did the same thing, and I just went in and manually adjusted the stats.
Maybe I can do that. Yeah.
I gotta say, I think I am gonna ping you one last time there, Tamlin, before we go, because you did, in that final moment, allow her to have her forgiveness. Hold Person will be swapped with Crown of Madness. And that's the last I will do to you.
Oh, okay. Hold person for what? Crown of Madness?
That's right.
All right.
I was gonna suggest during one part of that when Isolde was talking about losing, or like she's lost, you know, her friends and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like why doesn't Zybilna just like wish them back?
Not all souls are willing to return to the land of living. Most aren't, actually.
Mm.
It's my whole argument of why would you go back to hunting and slaying and suffering and eating shitty food on the road when you're sitting in eternal glory, dining with your gods in paradise? Why would you give up paradise? You fought hard and you died valiantly.
It's
Why
been
would you go
said.
die again?
It's been said that the gods look down on mortals with envy because they can't enjoy what it means to live.
With doom. The knowledge of doom.
Yeah. Every day is a good day, so that just means that the greatness of it kind of, you know,
I could have
diminishes.
forgiven you. I thought you were a brute. I could have forgiven you if you were a brute.
What?
I thought you were quoting Achilles.
Oh. Did Achilles say that?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'll tell you a secret they don't tell you in your temples. The gods envy us, because every day could be our last. Everything is more beautiful. You'll never be more lovely than you are right now. We'll never be here again.
It's pretty sweet, man.
And then they did it. God, I gotta watch that movie again. Fucking Troy.
I gotta
Probably
see
my
it
favorite
too.
movie.
I don't know. It's so depressing though, because you're like, fuck, man, all this could have been avoided. I get the same way with like, I get the same way with like Star Wars. I'm like, they could have just given Anakin a seat on the council